And welcome everyone to round 6 of the Qatar Masters 2023. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I'm joined by Grandmaster Yoon Ludwig Hammer. Yoon Ludwig, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Use the rest day for important, other livelihood things. And now we're back on the chess scene. And Hikaru so far has won all his white games. And by all, of course, I mean both. But you can't do better than that. And he's going to get another chance today to win with the white pieces. And he's facing an opponent that's rated less than 2,600. 1 point less, but it's still less. That being said, Paravian is no slouch. We'll get back to the moves. I just want to say about today's opponent that he's one of the best players on chess.com. And in fact, he scored a new record high blitz rating just 3 weeks ago. And his blitz rating, his best was like 3,130, which to me is just like mind boggling.
Yeah, no, that is a very, very high blitz rating. And another thing, so Hikaru and Dropstone, that's his online username on chess.com. They've played each other a lot. One thing that I wanted to point out is that usually against d4, Paravian almost always defends himself with the Grunfeld defense. So let's show that real quick, Yoon Ludwig. Hikaru played the move d4, and I'm sure he expected the Grunfeld, which arises after knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, and here the move d5. I'm curious what Hikaru had in mind here, but Paravian plays something completely different. Instead, today he's playing the semi-Taraj.
D5, Hikaru. Well, first of all, I feel like it must be said just the fact that Hikaru played pawn to d4, the queen's pawn, that's different, right? Because he already won 2 games earlier in the tournament with the king's pawn, and now he's going to see if the queen's pawn is up to standard. And by varying your openings, you make yourself less predictable, which also means you're making your future opponent's life harder because they cannot know, is he going to go with the king's pawn, the queen's pawn, or something entirely different altogether? So good on Hikaru for varying his openings. Paravian also varying his openings. Benjamin said usually he goes for the Grunfeld. Today he does something different. That means the question becomes, did Hikaru expect this? And I suppose, how could he possibly expect it if it's not something Paravian uses ordinarily? So c4, this is the queen's gambit. Wanting black to capture this pawn so that white can be the big guy in the center with the pawns. Instead, Paravian says no thank you to the free pawn because he realizes it isn't free. And in fact, you have to make some concessions if you want to take. Instead, pawn to e6 supports the pawn black already had in the center. This is the queen's gambit declined. And after both guys bring all the knights out, Paravian here plays pawn to c5, which creates a massive tension in the center of the board. And basically, you basically attempt to just completely eviscerate the center, Benjamin.
Exactly. Yeah, and one line that's become very popular recently after Hikaru's 5th move c takes d5 is the move c takes d4. With this move, Black really is aiming to, trade almost everything off. The line continues with queen takes d4 and then pawn takes d5 from Black with a quick knight c6. But Paravian went for the standard semi-Taraj. After c takes d5 by Hikaru, he recaptured with a knight. Now Hikaru grabs the opportunity to take the full center with the move e4. Paravian trades on c3. Hikaru recaptures. And here we see Hikaru has more space. So what does Paravian do? He wants to trade off pieces. So he trades on d4. Hikaru recaptures and now plays the move bishop to b4 check. And the only good way you can deal with this check is bishop 2d2. But again, since Hikaru has more space, Paravian is more than happy to trade off. So that's what he does. And yeah, Hikaru recaptures. And one thing that I'm quite curious about, Ludwig, is the fact that I think this opening must have come as a surprise, but Hikaru has still blitzed out his next couple of moves.
Well, so I guess the semi-Tarrasch, even though Hikaru didn't expect it for this game, I feel like it's a pretty reputable opening. And that means it's fairly likely that Hikaru will have studied it previously. So oftentimes you can still rely on preparation from earlier games. Like, even though you didn't get the opening you prepared, like for instance, now Hikaru probably prepared the Grunfeld. A Grunfeld didn't happen, but the work he did against the Grunfeld is still going to be useful in the future when somebody else maybe surprises him and unexpectedly plays the Grunfeld. Maybe a guy who normally plays the semi-Tarrasch suddenly is going to play the Grunfeld, and then that preparation you did is actually going to turn out to be useful. And the same kind of applies for this opening, right? Hikaru probably played someone who plays the semi-Tarrasch a couple of months ago. And maybe the semi-Tarrasch didn't happen, but the work Hikaru did is not wasted, because here he gets to use that. So castles, that makes sense. Getting the king to safety, bishop to c4, activating the bishop, getting also ready to castle. Knight to d7. This is a bit of a mysterious move because you're blocking your bishop, and you're kind of blocking the queen's pressure. But essentially, what Black's plan is in this opening is trying to put pressure on this e4 pawn. So the bishop doesn't mind getting blocked on this diagonal, because the bishop is going to move where the pawn is now and put pressure on the pawn. And then similarly, the knight wants to join that pressure, and that's why it moves across. Oh, I forgot to flip the board. My bad. Oh, no, we're not flipping the board. I flipped the board by accident. Did you know that if you press X, you flip the board?
I didn't know that. Wow, that's a much
easier. That's a huge discovery for me.
Yeah, no, that's a good one to know. A quick note, by the way, it's important to start with knight d7, because if you start with b6 to go for the same plan, white can go for d5 right away. And black doesn't really have a good way to deal with this. If you take on d5, white recaptures the bishop and the rook is trapped in the corner. So that is why knight d7 was played first. And I just had a quick look at Paravian's profile. He's actually played all of this. Like, his main weapon is a Grunfeld. He does occasionally play the semi-Tarrasch. And if we continue in the game with knight d7, castles, now to move b6 by Paravian.
So now if pawn to d5, black can capture, and then your rook isn't trapped. Is that the point?
Yeah, that's one point. Another point is that now you can go knight c5, and you defend the pawn on e6.
And you counter against white's pawn. So the knight is protected by the pawn. So everything just works out there.
Exactly. Yeah, so rook 81 was played by Hikaru, a very logical move, bring the rook into the game. Bishop e7, rook fe1, and here Paravian played move knight f6, but I just had a very quick look at his profile. He still had 24 games in this position with the move knight f6 online on chess.com. The main move is rook c8, but knight f6 perhaps a new touch in this position.
Okay, so he normally... Wait, you're saying there's how many games? 24?
He had 24 online at chess.com. Yep.
After knight f6?
Yep.
But you're saying that an even more common move is rook c8? How many games did he have in rook c8 then?
Well, he only had 2 in rook c8, but I think rook c8 is the main move in this position. Like, it's played the most in the database by other players. But Paravian, he has defended himself by far and large the most with knight f6.
Okay, so knight f6, the Peruvian variation, I think we can name it. 24 times he's played it online, but that is on his public profile, correct?
Yes. Yep.
So that information would be available to Hikaru.
Yeah, but the
What
thing
are
always is that you have to reckon with so many things.
Yeah, so what is your thoughts on playing on a public profile, which gives your opponents the possibility to get a lot of extra information about the openings you play? Do you play on a public chess.com username?
Yeah, I play on my normal username GMHikaru on chess.com. But yeah, I think you make a very good point. I think if you play a lot of over the board tournaments, and if that is your main focus, you probably shouldn't, because like you said, you're giving away a lot of information. Hikaru could have been prepared for this variation. Apparently, it seems to come as a surprise. Like I'm in a slightly different situation as I'm streaming a lot these days, and like if you stream and then play in an anonymous account, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think if over the board chess is your main focus, then you probably should play in an anonymous account online.
So I never play on anonymous accounts. I always play on my normal one. Um, but for the tournaments I've played the last couple of years, I'm always looking up my opponent to see if they have any games on the line. And that has been kind of become a habit of mine to check for extra information, because that would help me predict the opening line I need to be prepared for. But then again, I'm giving away a lot of this information as well by playing on my normal account. Do you think it's very normal these days to have different openings online than when you play tournaments over the board?
Yeah, that's actually a strategy that a lot of players adopt. They might play only one thing online. That is their online repertoire, so to speak. So it's on one, it's very predictable. But the thing is, online you can prepare. Right? When you play Title Tuesday, you just get paired and you play. Whereas in an over-the-board game, you have hours and hours to prepare. So then you're gonna have to switch it up a little bit more. But online, it's definitely a strategy that I see a lot of players using. They just play one thing and one thing only. The other advantage of that is that at some point you know your repertoire very, very well, and you're only giving away one thing. You're not giving away lots of things.
So my strategy of trying to vary my openings quite a bit online, you're saying that's not necessarily the best one, because then your opponent gets to see all the different things you're working on. Whereas if you only play if you only play the London, to make a
Yeah.
completely random example for everyone out there, you're saying like if you only play the London online, that could be a smart idea, because then people are going to be like, yeah, okay, he played the London online, but he never plays that over the board, and so we haven't actually learned anything from this.
Well, the thing is, no, well, they will see that you play a lot of the London, so and they will prepare for it, but it might not be something you play over the board. That is the whole strategy.
Okay, it's an intriguing struggle. Peruvian, he did catch Hikaru by surprise, definitely, because he did get a 10-minute time advantage from the first 14 moves. However, when Hikaru now responded to the threat of the e4 pawn by moving the bishop one step back, now suddenly Peruvian is thinking, why is he thinking like Hikaru just moved his bishop back to protect the pawn? Surely this should be part of his preparation.
Yeah, again, I guess the thing is always that you have to reckon with so many things, right? Especially when you play black against Hikaru, you have to reckon with e4 on the first move, d4, c4, and then various setups in those openings. And I guess instead of the move bishop d3, there were also moves like d5, pushing the pawn forward right away. There was also queen f4 to defend the pawn, which perhaps looks like a more active way to protect it. And bishop d3 looks a little bit innocuous, right? You step the bishop back to a more passive square. You kind of give up on that d5 break, although sometimes you can still sack a pawn like that, and in case black takes, there's e5. But I guess here it's not as realistic, as black will stick the knight at e4, neutralizing your light square bishop. So I guess it's just not a move that the computer really appreciates, right? And when you prepare, you look at the top moves from the computer. So I guess this is not a move Paravian has looked at in depth.
Okay, but then that has to be a big success for Hikaru already, that he's been surprised in the opening, but he manages to counter surprise with a move that, you know, keeps a lot of the tension still on the board and keeps pieces on the board. I've actually played some of this semi-Tarash myself, and I know one of the main lines in this opening is rook to c8, attacking the bishop, and then the bishop stepping back. So moving back with the bishop is not at all uncommon. In fact, it's, I would say, the most common plan in this opening. So I'm really surprised by Paravian spending time now to think, because after bishop d3, say you go rook c8, putting the rook on an open file to point down the board, well, then it just transposes into like the normal way of playing the semi-Tarash. So yeah, no, I'm optimistic, because I do like Hikaru's control with the pawns in the center. They're making, oh, I'm repeatedly pressing X instead of Alt today. My bad. But we made the big discovery that X flips the board. That's a bit unfortunate. But I'll improve. I'll learn to live with it. So Hikaru's taking control into black's half of the board. And I think it's very interesting to see how Hikaru uses the rooks. Normally, you want to put the rooks where you have no pawns and have them point down there. But Hikaru says, because I have been allowed to have these very nice pawns in the center, I'm going to use my rooks as protectors instead of having them point down open files, because the drawback of having these central pawns is that black is trying to attack them, putting lots of pressure against them. So Hikaru using the rooks for protection. And like you said, Benjamin, I really like the potential Hikaru has, maybe now or maybe a bit later, to go with the pawn to d5. This pawn, this is it's a classic way of playing against this opening, but it's still really fascinating how this pawn moves to a square that's controlled by not one, not two, not three, but four of black's pieces. The idea being that when black captures the pawn, we're going to avoid this trade, after which now black has an extra pawn, but that extra pawn is blocking the bishop, it's blocking the queen, and it's blocking the knight from moving to this very nice central square on d5. And this kind of way of sacrificing a pawn to have this guy kind of stand in the path of black's pieces, I think it's a really, really interesting way of playing. And I would love to see Hikaru play something like this, when in the future, oh yeah, we got to watch out because there's a rook pointing down on the queen. So like you have to move the queen away from this rook's pressure, and then you can try and move your knight up, and the opponent has to kind of make sure that the knight doesn't move forward, and then you can chase away the black knight. There's a lot of potential in White's position here.
Exactly. Yeah. So Paravian is going for a think here. I wonder if Hikaru wanted to go bishop d3 as well in case Paravian had played rook c8 on the last move. Rook c8 definitely looks like a very natural move. You put a rook on the open file. I think also black would be happy to trade off some rooks. It makes their position easier to play. Like you said, the white rooks are needed to defend that center. And then I'm curious to see what Hikaru is going to do. He could create some love for his king with a move like h3. h4 sometimes is also an idea to play a little bit more aggressively on the king side. But to me, John Ludwig, rook c8 looks like a very logical move. I mean, what else could Paravian be thinking about?
I mean, I'm just surprised he hasn't moved yet. Like, Hikaru plays a very sensible move. Paravian was clearly in his preparation. He had 24 games online with this knight to f6 move. I mean, what is he doing? Why is he not ready for this bishop move? I'm really surprised. And now, despite Paravian being the one to play an opening that they don't normally play, suddenly Hikaru is up on the clock. Hikaru is down 10 minutes, and then Paravian spends more than 10 minutes thinking about this move, giving away all that time edge that he was trying to create for himself. So no, I'm really surprised by, I would say, the lack of prep. The guy had prepared 14 moves, but then it kind of just suddenly said stop. So I think we're gonna let him think about this. I mean, if he's not prepared, oh no, there he goes.
Yeah.
He does play rook c8, and he's clocked at 9 minutes 48 seconds. So very weird use of time. In my opinion. And I really like the move you suggested. On to h4. I'm hoping we'll see that on the board now. Because that screams aggressive intentions.
Exactly. Yeah. And actually I had a quick look. Paravian after move knight f6, he had 8 games in which his opponent did play the move bishop d3. And in 6 of those, Paravian played rook c8. So it is the move he played online in Blitz. So, yeah, perhaps I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't trust his intuition and his online experience. But there is the move rook c8 is on the board. And here the most common response that he's faced is the move h4. But Hikaru goes for a different move, the move queen to f4. But here, I think usually a good idea is to go queen c7 and offer the trade of queens right away. And I'm curious to see what Hikaru is going to do. You could go queen to h4, but you don't really have an attack on the king side, and I feel like your queen could just be a little bit misplaced there.
Well, clearly Paravian is going to go for the queen trade. It is the traditional plan in this opening. Essentially, Black's reasoning in the semi-Tarrasch is that you create this long-term situation of having 2 pawns against 1 on the far side of the board. And what this does, it gives you actually quite decent chances of creating a queen over on that side if you manage to trade down first. And the fact that white very often needs to use their rooks to help protect the pawns in the center, that means black often gets sole control of the open file with their rook. So essentially, this is a trading opening. We saw it really early on, and may also explain why I'm a fan of it. So we saw the knight. You could have taken back with a pawn. I think that's more common, all games played in the world. But you take back with the knight and you offer the trade of the knights. And after the trade of the knights, you also get the trade of the bishops. So black is essentially trying to trade their way to an endgame where this 2 versus 1 can be significant. And the reason this might not work is because, well, white is not really going to be interested in going into the endgame for those reasons. And instead, white is going to try to attack using the pawns in the center, using the bishop pointing down towards the black king. The queen, like you said, could also get involved. That's in that regard, the semi-Tarash, despite having a reputation as being quite boring because of the trading, I think it's actually really, really interesting because it so clearly states that black is trying to do things on the queen side, white is trying to do things on the king side, and it becomes this struggle where the players' intentions and wishes and plans are so opposite each other, which means that your plan means that the opponent's main plan is stopping your plan, and vice versa. So really interesting position. But like you said, Benjamin, I feel like this queen move from Hikaru, it makes it really easy for black to move next, because trading the queens is just a key part of that, stopping white's attack and trying to go into the endgame.
Exactly, yeah. And with the move Queen f4, Hikaru is also preparing that plan that we mentioned earlier. If Paravian's not careful here and plays a move like h6 first, which is actually, by the way, what he played in an online game. Here, white can play the move d5. And the idea is that in case you take with the pawn, now we can go e5, attack the knight on f6, which can
Sorry,
no longer...
did you want h6?
After Queen f4. After Queen f4. With Queen f4, Hikaru is preparing that. So let's say Paravian plays h6 right here. Here, Hikaru has the move d5. And the idea is that in case you take the pawn, now again, we go for the move e5. We attack the knight, which no longer has a good square to go to. It would love to go to e4. But here we just take the knight with our bishop. And black is unable to recapture as that hangs their queen on d8. And this was no longer an issue when the queen was on d2, as that would just be a queen trade. So Paravian has to be careful here. And that's why I do think that the move queen c7 looks quite good. Like you said, black has the majority on the queen side, so endgames are generally quite good for black. Then, in case of a queen trade, they would control the only open file on the board. They would also have pressure on white's e4 pawn, potentially white's d4 pawn. So, again, I think Hikaru will keep the queens on the board, but I don't quite know where. I guess after queen c7, queen h4 to me looks quite logical, but I think black is doing quite fine after the move h6 here, as after queen h4, let's take that move back real quick. White is threatening to play e5. So let's say we play rook fd8. Here we play the move e5. We kick the knight away, and if the knight moves, you hang the pawn on h7, and the queen comes in with devastating effect. So that is why h6 has to be played in this situation.
But if you do play h6, you can prevent all of this?
Yeah, h6 just stops all of it. Yeah, and I don't know. One thing you could go for is perhaps, let's say, knight e5, followed by rook e3 and rook g3, but it usually is way too slow, and black creates quick counterplay himself with like rook. Yeah, after knight e5, rook fd8, the pawn on d4 is already somewhat awkward to protect.
And if you just continue the mindset you had of moving the rook up into the attack, not only are you going to lose the pawn on d4, with that pressure in on the black king, doesn't matter, because when you lose the pawn, you also lose the protector of the knight in the center, and the black queen captures and manages to get closer to help protect the king. So yeah, Hikaru playing quickly and confidently, but maybe not the best plan based on what the computer thinks. But it seems very weird to me that a move like h6 can just solve everything for black. I feel like this is definitely the position we're gonna get in the game. I feel like both players are aiming for this kind of thing. And I'm wondering, I'd really like to go g4. I'd really like to so this pawn on h6, it's standing in the way, but if I could remove it, that would be a big success in creating the attack that this opening is pretty much based on. The problem is the black queen is able to, when we play g4, the pawn is blocking the queen's influence towards the center, and it allows the black queen to actually get in and help contribute in defense. And also the queen is attacking both our knight and the pawn. So that this is actually just really, really bad for white. But maybe I can go like pawn to e5, attack the knight. When the knight moves, now I've blocked the queen. So maybe now I go pawn to g. Oh, computer didn't like that.
Yeah, it looks way too risky as you open up the long diagonal for the bishop. Something like knight c3 or knight f4 just looks crushing for black, because the knight on f3 is hanging the rook on d1 as well. And Paravian has in fact played the move queen to c7. And I think really the thing why h6 takes the sting out of all of white's play is the fact that, like we said earlier, a lot of pieces have already been traded off. White only has 2 minor pieces. That's all he can work with to attack. So it's very difficult to build up an attack here. And also we saw Hikaru blitzing out some moves, and let's say this was a rapid game, right? Then being up 5 minutes on the clock is quite significant. But here Paravian has an hour and 18 minutes, which is why he can spend some time, find the best moves. And ultimately, I feel like in classical, the position on the board definitely matters the most. So yeah, I'm very curious to see where Hikaru is going to go now with his queen, but I think black already has a very comfortable position.
So my opinion right now is that queen to f4, which Hikaru played, he thought about it for 30 seconds. I think it's a mistake.
Yeah.
I think it's like genuinely just a clear error.
I think so too. Right now, I think he's lost his chances for an advantage. And as you see, after queen h4, h6, a lot of the variations actually backfire. So I don't know what he's gonna do now. I mean, yeah, queen e3 is a move, but it's kind of backwards. You don't really want to play like that. And yeah, Paravian, I think he can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening.
Because queen c7 is a move that black kind of wanted to make anyway, because you want to get your queen off this rook's potential influence in the center. And it feels very much like that Hikaru based his idea on the fact that if black moves the queen away from their own king, then I'm going to use that opportunity to move towards the king and point down against it. So I feel like queen to h4, I cannot imagine a world in which Hikaru doesn't play this move. And it looks like it's quite a terrifying attack against the black king. But the computer tells us h6 keeps everything safe. And that's a major issue. I'm okay. I'm a bit biased because I played this opening myself with the black pieces, but I really like black's position here.
Yeah, I like black's position as well. Like I said, it's easier to play for black almost, because white is trying really hard to go for some sort of attack, but it just doesn't really seem to exist. And black is happy with the queen trade. Black can also just bring in more pieces with like rook fd8. Can maybe start pushing his pawns on the queen side a little bit. If, let's say white goes bishop b1 at some point, you can go like b5, b4, a5. And it's very difficult for white to come up with a pawn push here. If you go e5, well, then the knight gets that very nice square on d5. And d5 might be feasible in some positions, but you have to very well time it, as it's a pawn sacrifice. And black just takes, and again, sticks that knight on e4, blocks the light square bishop, and I think black's also doing quite fine over here. So yeah, it's this shows how difficult classical chess is, right? Hikaru outrates his opponent by 200 points, but Paravian is pretty well prepared, prepares the first 14 moves, then finds 2 accurate moves over the board, And already it seems that Hikaru is he could easily get worse if he goes queen h4 and h6, because that seems to be the case, right? After h6, black is a slight edge.
Yeah. Okay, so we're I know the term cautiously optimistic. I don't know what the opposite thing would be. Cautiously pessimistic? That doesn't sound right. Slightly frightened, pessimistic. I'm not sure what to call it, but we're genuinely not liking Hikaru's position right now. Let's take a little break from it and check in with Mr. Carlson of Norway. He is playing yet another Indian 2,500 rated player. Magnus has gotten a lot of those throughout this tournament. And frankly, with the black pieces, Magnus has been poor. He lost his first black game. The second one ended in a draw, but he was in big trouble during the course of it. And I wonder if that is going to affect his mentality going into this game, that maybe he wants to prioritize safety a bit more than he has thus far in the tournament. But on the other hand, you can't really prioritize safety when you already lost the game and you basically need to win a couple of games in a row to get back into the fight for tournament victory. Let's check in from the beginning. Pawn to e4, knight f3 attacks the pawn, knight c6 protects, and here we see a Spanish opening from Samant. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Pawn to a6. So this is like a classic Ruy Lopez, a Spanish opening. The bishop moves back. Magnus, with his knight, puts pressure in the center. White says, you're welcome to take this pawn if you so choose, because then you're going to open up for my rook to point down towards your king. Magnus decides against capturing this pawn, instead chasing the bishop back before developing his own bishop, getting ready to castle it himself. The rook comes in to protect the pawn in the center. Magnus makes one of these nice pawn chains, pawns protecting each other up the board. White c3 takes control of the d4 square. You're trying to go pawn to d4 later on. But first, white goes pawn to h3, taking control of the g4 square, making sure that Magnus cannot put his bishop to point in towards the white knight and the white queen. Magnus goes knight back to its starting position. This is called the Breyer, which Magnus played quite a lot 12 years ago. And I played it at that time as well. I can't remember whether Magnus copied me or I copied Magnus, but I suspect that I was copying Magnus, which I have done with success, I must say, throughout my chess career. Pawn to d4 attacks the pawn in the center. Magnus completes his rerouting of the knight. And here we get to see the idea why he moved the knight back. He didn't want the knight on the c6 square because then the knight would block his bishop. So he moved the knight back so that the knight could still protect the pawn in the center without blocking the bishop's path. This pressure results in white dropping their bishop back to protect. Magnus moves the rook over to try and increase the pressure. White wants to have a knight protecting the pawn on e4, but right now this knight is blocking the bishop's path. So the knight moves over to the king side where it's protecting the pawn, but then having removed itself, white can now get the bishop involved if they so choose. Magnus trying to get their bishop into on the edge of the board, pointing in towards the center. And after pawn to a4, Magnus goes knight b6, putting pressure on that pawn. The pawn is protected. Magnus trades. and then stops the white pawn from progressing to attack the knight by going pawn to a5. What can we say about this, Benjamin?
Yeah, so the position is fairly symmetrical, which could tell you like, okay, it's kind of dry, but that isn't quite the case. It doesn't tell you the entire story because almost all of the pieces are still on the board. Only one pair of pawns has been traded. The pawn on a4 can be a bit of a target for white sometimes. And also, what's sometimes a little bit difficult in these positions is where are you going to develop the dark squared bishop? You would like to develop it to a square like e3, but if you go bishop e3, then you block your rook on e1, and black can seriously consider taking on d4, and you can recapture with your pawn as that hangs the e4 pawn. So there's definitely still some intricacies in this position. I think Magnus still has good chances to outplay his opponent, and I guess today he wants to go for a more quiet approach, right? We saw that in round number 4. He went for a very double-edged game, and his opponent, he managed to navigate the complications quite well. But let's go back to Hikaru's game real quick. Hikaru, after queen c7, did play that move queen h4, creating the threat of e4, e5. And Paravian quickly played the move h6, making sure that bishop is no longer looking down on that h-pawn. And here I like what Hikaru did. He plays the move h3. And this tells me, okay, with this move, he creates some loft for the king. And perhaps what he could do is try to slow roll the attack here. Maybe bishop e1, then rook e3, and then knight e5 at the right moment, followed by rook to g3. That being said, even if you get all of those moves in, let's say black goes, let's say b4, we go knight e5, let's say black goes a5, you go rook g3 and you're all happy, you threaten queen takes f6 and queen takes h6, but black sometimes just goes king f8 and looks at you and is like, now what? Like, how do you continue your attack? And it's not easy at all. As you see, the evil bar is actually in black's favor.
And black has managed to start their main plan of advancing the pawns on the queen side. Black already being fairly close to getting that one across to get a new queen.
Exactly. Yeah, so I feel like the long-term advantages are definitely for Paravian, which is why Hikaru has to try to look for some sort of attack. But as you see here, if there's no way to really break through, then his position is potentially a little bit dangerous because black has the advantage in the endgame.
Okay, but at least this move h3, it came pretty quickly. So that is a sign that Hikaru's feeling okay, right?
Yeah, I guess he had thought about this. He already had a response in mind after move h6. So now let's see what Paravian is gonna do. To me, rook fd8 looks very logical. You bring your rook into the
surely
game,
he's gonna play that.
right? And you discourage white from playing knight e5. Or do you see another move that makes sense?
No, I think. Well, actually, I'm really surprised that Paravian has been thinking at all. Because here on this move, he spent 10 minutes to go rook c8, which is like put the rook on the open file. Of course, you should do that. And then after queen f4, he spent another 7 minutes playing queen c7, trying to trade the queens, despite us discussing that like trading queens is the optimal situation for black, given that black is trying to go into the endgame. And after queen h4, he did play h6 really quickly. So that clearly indicates that when he was thinking about queen c7, he was trying to figure out how to deal with this immediate attack from white. And he actually, I feel like this is one of the more difficult moves, but that's the one he played instantly. And now rook to d8, extremely sensible. So yeah, I feel like black's position is also easier to play.
Right. Yeah. Rook fd8, very easy move. And yeah, like we discussed, it's very difficult for white to build up any sort of attack. I mean, I still think g4 is not quite realistic. I think, again, queen f4 completely neutralizes white's play, and white's already worse, as we can see by the evil bar. And yeah, I think the reason why Paravian is spending some time is because the first 14 moves he was in his preparation, right? You play the first 14 moves perfectly. And so you also want to make sure that you play the next couple of moves perfectly. So I think that's the explanation why he's spending a little bit of time over moves that do seem quite natural.
I mean, I guess it's part of playing against Hikaru. It's the fright factor that when you're playing one of the very best players in the world, you don't necessarily like this guy. He's incredible in Blitz on chess.com. He's played against Hikaru plenty of times, but very rarely does he get the opportunity to do so live over the board. And that does affect your mental. You're gonna be a little bit nervous, and you're gonna be double checking your moves more than you would against, you know, any kind of random guy, you or me, say.
Yeah, I just had a quick look at their head-to-head of online Blitz games. They have played a lot. They've played 95 games. Hikaru has won 64 of those. 10 of those games ended in draws. And Paravian has won 21. So over 95 games, Hikaru has a score of 69 against 26. That's not too bad for Paravian. There's people who have a score that is much worse. They've also played 5 games in Rapid. Hikaru's won 3 of those. 1 ended in a draw, and 1 was won by Paravian. But Jon Ludwig, I wanted to ask you, you said he peaked at 3140 in online Blitz. That, to me, that's a very high rating for a 2600 Grandmaster. Then how do you explain that his over-the-board strength hasn't quite caught up yet?
I mean, I can't. But it is a fact that some players are better at Blitz and some players are better online than they are in classical time controls and over the board. I can only speak for myself, but like for me, even getting my Blitz rating to 2800, it was such a struggle. It was so difficult. And I'm watching all these other guys who's lower rated than me be at, 3,000 and 3,100. And I just got to admit, like, I'm slow. I'm a slow thinker. I'm slow in decision making. And that it's so punishing when you play online Blitz, but over the board, classical time controls, having an hour to ponder things, my ability has much better circumstances to kind of showcase themselves, and so I think it's just about that there's a lot of really good chess players in the world, but some are better than others at being quick and being decisive. And well, clearly, Paravian has those abilities, as well as in classical chess against the top player. Now he's being indecisive, and he's overthinking his moves since he has a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess, yeah, he is someone that is more of a quick thinker, perhaps. Also, when you play online, a big factor, of course, also is your mouse speed. For me, like, I never really played a lot of online chess.
Really, that's a factor?
Yeah, no.
It's never a factor in my games. I usually lose on time way before there's a scramble.
Right, yeah, no. But yeah, I guess Paravian, he's also pretty fast. That's definitely a big strength as well to have. But I feel like also there are players that struggle with sort of the length of a classical game, where you have to remain focused for such a long time. You have to deal with the tension, the pressure for an extended period of time. Whereas in a blitz game, you kind of just go. You kind of just let your intuitive moves flow and do the work. And in classical, sometimes things can get into your head, or because there's so much time to think.
Yeah.
But
Well,
but I wanted
so far
to
he's playing good moves, but he's playing slow moves. Uh,
right.
which is kind of the complete opposite of an online blitz
Yeah.
player. But
Exactly. But
never mind that.
there are also blitz players or good blitz players that do that because they almost crave the adrenaline, of being low on time. But Jon Ludwig, I wanted to ask you a question, right? Your peak rating, if I'm is over 2700. I don't know the exact rating. It was like 2705.
2705. But who's counting?
2705. Right. And what would you say you did? Did you do anything differently at your peak? Like, what got you to that rating? Like, what kind of advice would you give to the chat or other aspiring players that want to
I
get to
would
2700?
advise chat to get hired by Magnus Carlson to do prep for world championship matches.
Uh-huh. You feel like that has helped you a lot.
No, for sure. That helped me tremendously. And I don't know. I think I'm not even at my peak, I'm not sure I was a better chess player than I was at like 18, 19. But the tremendous difference in openings just cannot be. There's a reason why a lot of these top players work a lot on their openings. Because when I was 18, 19, I was this incredible fighter. And I would just constantly get into bad positions out of the opening, but I wouldn't give up. I would struggle. I would, sit for 80 moves to defend down the pawn, and I would often succeed. Whereas when I was at my peak, I don't think I was as good of a fighter, but I didn't need to be, because instead of being worse all the time out of the opening, I kept getting good positions. And then it became, trying to follow that up in good fashion. So, yeah, no, openings do matter. It's ironic because I often try and say that openings are a bit, overestimated, but just I don't think it's just openings. It's also just getting to work on chess on a regular basis and having chess discussions with some of the smartest chess minds in the world. Like I would talk to Peter Heine Nielsen, who's the main second for Magnus. I would talk to Laura Fressinet. I would talk to Pavel Ulyanov. We had all of these great players. Yeah, Magnus, sure. Yeah, Magnus also.
He's also not too bad.
Well, yeah, it's just Magnus doesn't necessarily participate so much in the day-to-day opening work. Like he's more interested in the conclusion than doing the grunt work, which is completely fine. That's why we had jobs, right? Ultimately, our goal was to enable Magnus to win games. But to do that, Magnus wants to save his energy and have his team work with the computer and doing like this. Okay, we'll check this variation. No, we're not happy with that. Let's check this one. Like working on openings can be very, very demanding work, and it can be very repetitive, and it can be tiring. And for Magnus to keep a fresh mind, it means that that he doesn't need to be a part of that grunt work. It's part of the reason why he has a team, so that he can focus on what he's good at, which is judging positions rather than having the computer kind of just spew out some ideas.
Right. And when you say judging positions, I guess you mean that you would show him like, hey, you can go for this variation, you can go for this variation, and he would be like, hey, I like this one better. That's the one I'm going for. Is that it?
Yeah. So even though like you can have 5 different positions which the computer all feels are ranked about the same, but Magnus will have a very clear opinion on which positions he would like to have in a game, because he has considerations such as, you know, his gut instinct, you know, king safety, whether moves are difficult to find over the board, or if you're kind of very dependent on playing with complete accuracy. And that's a skill that I came to respect a lot. And one of the key skills I think many top players have, this ability to make their own judgment of a position and managing to kind of look beyond what the computer thinks and actually determine for themselves, is this something I would be happy with in my game? Does this play to my strengths? Whereas in my games, I will often be like, well, the computer like this, so I'll play this. And maybe sometimes I will underestimate that. Yeah, the computer like this, but it demands a style of play which doesn't suit up well with my skill set. And my skill set can be different than Magnus. So what's right for Magnus is not going to be necessarily right for me, or say someone who's maybe, because my style in playing chess is basically just mimicking Magnus. So very often what's good for Magnus will often be okay for me as well. But say someone like Hikaru 15 years ago. 15 years ago, Hikaru was this incredible attacking player. Like, what was good for that Hikaru would definitely not be good for me, or someone today like maybe Aronyan or Alireza, who are just very, very aggressive players. Maybe someone like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who relies very heavily on calculation, and I have terrible calculation. So what's right for Maxime would not be right for me, and then there are those considerations to have.
Exactly. And during those preparations for the world, so you did world champ, you did the preparation for him for 2013 and 2014, if I believe correctly. At those times, or do you sense the fact that Magnus did not like the preparation for World Championship as much, and how shocked or surprised were you with his decision to give up the World Championship altogether? Like, is that something you saw coming over the years?
No. No, I, to me, it was, well, I mean, it wasn't a big surprise because Magnus had kind of clearly stated that, you know, this might be my last match. And like, he'd been dropping hints. And Magnus is very, very honest when giving public comments. He will most of the time just say precisely what's on his mind. But I didn't. Yeah, I. So it wasn't a surprise when it happened, but it was a surprise to me that the preparations was really taking that big of a toll on him, that he felt like I just don't want to do this.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess what you said totally makes sense. Like I said, it can sometimes be a little bit of grunt work where you're grinding for months and months on end, trying to find a small edge in an opening, which these days almost seems impossible, right?
Yeah, but the thing is,
so
that's what's so good about working with Magnus. He doesn't need an edge. Like for Magnus, you don't need, for most players, you're like, oh, we're trying to find an advantage in this opening. And with Magnus, we're like, working as an opening helper for Magnus is a completely different task than working for, well, anyone else. Because Magnus is so much better than everyone that for him, it's not really about getting an advantage. It's just about getting a playable position where the opponent may make a mistake. And that's also part of why I thought it was a bit strange that Magnus gave up the title, because like he's been really struggling with the white pieces. He struggled with the white pieces against well, he struggled actually, now that I think about it. Like he struggled with the white pieces against Fabiano, and he struggled with the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi. So he
in the
had
first half of the match.
yeah, true. So it was always difficult to get something from white, even just getting a playable position. But like with the black pieces against Karana, for instance, those games were the most interesting games we've seen in any world championship matches for a long time. So I mean, I didn't realize how much of a toll the opening work was taking on him, because I felt like, sure, it's super difficult, but time and time again, Magnus ends up on top. Right. And like there's only been one world championship match in which Magnus was down, and that was against Karyakin. And I don't know if that kind of left a mark on Magnus, just the fright he had felt being down on the score. And I wonder if, like, Magnus ended up beating Karyakin. And Karyakin was, well, he's never even been a top 5 player. So it was kind of weird that he ended up getting a world championship match. But I wonder that if Magnus had just never been down on score in any match, so that he never got to experience what it feels having that immense stress, being down in the match and not having that many games to make it up. I feel like without that experience against Karyakin, maybe Magnus would still be world champion.
Right. Yeah. No, it's it's an interesting question. I definitely think, yeah, perhaps it also he might experience a bit of the Fischer effect, right? He knows he's the best, and so perhaps stepping away and losing the title to himself, so to speak, is a safer way to do it than losing the title, which would be a big loss, right? And I guess in the World Championship, he can only lose. Everyone expects him to win. Or like Magnus win, okay, like that's what we all expected. Whereas if Magnus loses, that would be a total shocker, because he is the best player in the world.
For sure, but that's what makes a champion. So after Magnus gave up the world championship title, I started thinking about all the times I ranked Magnus ahead of Kasparov. Because already 5 years ago, I was saying like Magnus is greater than Kasparov. He beat Karana. He's won so many matches now. He's the number 1 player. He's been the number 1 for 10 years. He's dominating in rapid and blitz as well. And his max rating is higher. Like in every metric, and also the competition is much stiffer now than it was in Kasparov's day and age, right? Because Kasparov kind of had the monopoly on Soviet players and Russian players doing opening analysis for him. Back then, there were no computers, so everyone didn't have the answer. The Russian school of chess, more so than everyone else, were able to have that chess knowledge simply because they had the better players and then the better teams to assess different openings and positions and so on. So I was quite firm very early on that Magnus was the greatest of all time. And after he gave up the title, I'm thinking, I'm thinking I made a mistake, because part of the greatness is the longevity. And Magnus not being able to deal with the potential of losing a match, so much so that he backs out. That is that affects how he should be looked at in history, in my opinion. Like, part of the reason I very early on said Magnus is the greatest is because Magnus, after the first world championship match he won, he said 1 down, 6 to go. Like, already after his first world championship title, he was looking at Kasparov's record of world championship matches won, and clearly stating, "I'm coming for you. I'm going to take your record." And there was no doubt in my mind that Magnus would take it. So therefore, I thought he was the greatest. But now that he kind of gave up 2 matches before, before he would have overtaken Kasparov's record, it makes me look at the longevity, the Kasparov having to, Kasparov probably had some of the same thoughts that Magnus did, right? The work for these matches were tremendous. Kasparov, more so than Magnus, put much more emphasis on the opening work, and he was clearly the best player of his era. He had been the number 1 for 10 years. So how do you compare Magnus and Kasparov? Well, maybe you look at the number of titles they have, or the number of matches they've won. And then Kasparov now does come out on top with Magnus backing down.
Yeah. And I think back in the day, perhaps the World Championship preparation took even more of a toll, because didn't Botvinnik say something like, in a World Championship year, he would not recommend playing any other tournaments and just solely focus on the match. But yeah, you make a good point. Like Kasparov, he not only had the best team, but also I believe he had early access to computers, right? He was working with computers while others were not. And now in this day and age, the playing field is very level, as everyone is working with strong computers, very often the same. And that is why you see a lot of players playing the same variation over and over again. So it's much more difficult to get an edge in your preparation, whereas Kasparov very often managed to do so, and that is why he won many crushing games.
Yeah, we're having a lot of interesting comments come in on the chat as well. Leg says, Magnus is still the greatest player of all time at his peak and the best player in the world. And, well, it becomes this discussion about what is the greatest player ever, right? Because there's no doubt that Magnus at his peak would beat Kasparov. There's no doubt in my mind that he would. But you do have to compare people, or if you're going to make a comparison across generation, which Santosh specifically recommends we don't do, and just say Kasparov was the best in the early and pre-computer age, whereas Magnus is clearly the best even after the computers arrived, and that is a fair thing to say, but it also means that we cannot compare like Magnus at his peak versus Kasparov at his peak, because Magnus at his peak has so many more resources available than Kasparov did.
Yeah. No, I think like if you look at the pure chess, Magnus is playing the better chess, but it's not fair to make that comparison, as now the equipment is much better. There's computers, there's all this information out there, and you build on the giants of the past. But it is the point you made earlier is indeed very impressive about Magnus. The fact that Magnus is able to have such a big edge over his opponents, despite there being that even playing field with preparation. Whereas again, Kasparov, he would have a big edge in the opening. So yeah, it's a never-ending discussion who truly is the GOAT. And yeah, it's definitely a pity that Magnus has given up the title, because it would be interesting to see how long he could keep it, because at some point you would expect that one of these juniors is going to beat him. But when is that going to happen? Is that going to happen when Magnus is 35, when he's 40, when he's 45? Yeah, what do you think, Ludwig? At what age? So of course there's the World Championship match.
Well, I don't think.
Do you think he will lose number one?
Well, number one, yeah, it's because that's a different discussion, right? Kasparov lost to Kramnik in 2000, despite still being clearly the number one player in the world, and Kasparov remained the number one player until he retired in 2005. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I kind of agree with some of Magnus's reasoning behind giving up the title, in that he probably would have lost the title to a worse player. And that's part of why Magnus has stated in interviews that he wants, like, he would be more motivated to play the World Championship match if there was someone actually competing against him for world number one, because then he would have, like, then the other guy would also have something to lose. And then Magnus would be like, I need to prove myself. I need to prove that I'm still number one. Whereas for the foreseeable future, Magnus would always play against players who are just not as good, but who could easily win the match, because, you know, anything can happen in 14 games. You can have one bad day, 2 bad days, or you can get caught in some preparation and end up losing the match. But your question was specifically, when does Magnus lose number one?
Right. Yep.
I think it's going to be a long, long time. I don't see anyone at this point being really near Magnus. I think Magnus losing number one, it's not going to be about the ascent of one player. It's going to be about the decline of Magnus.
Right. And you've worked with Magnus, you've seen other players play, and perhaps you've talked with them. You feel like nobody quite has his talent.
Well, number one, calling it talent, I think, is a bit misguided. Like,
or his
nobody
obsession, or what is it? What is it that makes Magnus so good? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's the big question, right? And we don't really understand it. Like, for Magnus, it's the X factor. It's the kind of, we don't understand how he's so much better than everyone else, because he has something about him. And like, Magnus recently was on a podcast with a friend of his talking a bit about this, and I thought it was very, very intriguing, some of the things he said. And one of the topics were that there are players today who are better at things than what Magnus is. And so specifically, Magnus said, my calculation is not the best in the world. There are several other players who are better at calculating than what I am. And, you know, calculation in chess, you kind of assume that's a very big part of being the best, right? Being able to foresee the future and being able to understand kind of where the game needs to go. And Magnus relies so much more on intuition than a lot of the other top players. And I think that's his X factor, but we don't really understand how to replicate it.
Right. Yeah, so yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I guess Magnus definitely has the best positional understanding of anyone that's ever lived in this world. He's the best endgame player, I guess. He also is the best endgame.
You think he's the best endgame player?
Or I think so, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I thought it was really interesting listening to Hikaru the other day. There was a Queen Endgame, and Hikaru specifically said that Magnus is the best in the world in Queen and Pawn Endgames. And
Uh-huh.
I completely agree with him. I've been saying that for many, many, many years, but I actually haven't heard anyone else say that. I think Queen Endgames is Magnus's kind of ability to escape with his king, which is kind of a big part of Queen Endgames, having the composure to allow your opponent to give lots of checks on your king, but in the end managing to escape. Um, I think Magnus in Queen Endgames is just exquisite. And I think Magnus in some kind of opposite colored bishop uh, mixes between end games and middle games. I think Magnus is just superb at that. But for instance, being down a pawn, like defending end games, I find Magnus to be impatient. And some of the technical end games, like where you just need to know the answer, such as rook and bishop versus rook, and rook and pawn versus rooks. Some of these things, Magnus has had quite clear weaknesses. So my kind of the way I've talked about Magnus and endgames is that Magnus is really good at endgames where he's up a pawn. He's fantastic at that. But defending endgames, he's not nearly at the same level. It's just that when you're as good as Magnus is, you're more often up a pawn than down a pawn. So his weaknesses get concealed by the fact that he's so good at everything else.
Well, perhaps the problem for Magnus, why he's better defending and why he's good at converting. When he's defending and he's down a pawn, he already sees how his opponent is going to win. So then he thinks like, oh, if I do this, I lose. If I do this, I lose. I think then it's going to be much more difficult. Whereas I feel like people that are good at defending, they just make sure that they don't lose right away. They just make sure that they stay in the game as long as possible. And at some point, their opponent is going to make a mistake. And I guess why Magnus is so good at converting an extra pawn is because he sees already like 20 moves ahead where the pieces should go. And I think that's also why he's so good at winning those queen end games. He sees like, hey, where is a safe place for my king, right? My opponent's got lots of checks. We saw that in that game between Gukesh and Narayanan, where even though Black had a lot of checks, the Viking could often escape, right? And I guess also with opposite color bishop end games, very often they're very what is it like it's all based on plans. Very often the opponent can only sit, and so you only have to come up with a plan through. And I guess that's what he excels at more than anyone else. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And back to the question that started this part of the discussion, when will Magnus lose his number one spot? I just as long as he's really into chess and really interested in chess, I think he's gonna be number one. If he keeps his motivation, I feel like he's going to be number one for at least another 10 years. But the fact that he gave up his world championship title, that kind of tells me that maybe Magnus's motivation is not as strong now as it was in the past.
Yeah, that's a good question, because by giving up the world championship, he's basically saying that he's not as interested in classical chess as he was. He wants the world championship to be a mix of. He also wants rapid games mixed in. So yeah, it will be interesting to see whether he can keep his lead. He still has a pretty hefty lead over the number two, but Fabiano is not. I mean, it's still 40 points, but it used to be more, of course. By the way, in the meantime, we've been talking a lot about Magnus, but look at the position Jon Ludwig, and more actually look at the clock. Paravian all of a sudden has been spending, 30 minutes on his move, and he is, let me do the math real quick, he is 35 minutes behind, or 37. What do you make of that? He's draining his clock.
Number one, we kind of talked about this. The reason we got so sidetracked with the Magnus discussion is that we were allowed to do so by Paravian's clock usage. And frankly, the last thing we said before we went on a gigantic tangent is that Paravian, he's spending so much time on natural moves. He spent 10 minutes on putting his rook on the open file, which was pretty much obvious. Then he spends 7 minutes trying to get the queen trade, which I think is fair enough because he needed to kind of figure out whether or not to be afraid of this attack Hikaru was trying to mass against the Black King. But then he spends another 11 minutes on moving the rook into the center to point against this pawn, which I thought was fairly obvious. And now after rook to e3, like the pace at which Hikaru is playing is stressing Paravian out. And rook to e3, Hikaru played that in less than a minute. And like we talked about this, the rook wants to join the attack. We're not sure it's going to be super effective. But just the fact that the possibility of an attack is there is making Paravian nervous and is making him burn way too much time on the clock. So, I mean, this is just bad time management. There's nothing else to say. Like he's actively helping Hikaru's attack by making sure that he's going to be low on time when some scary move shows up.
Exactly. Yeah, and I guess this might all we earlier during the stream we were discussing how did Paravian's online strength not completely catch up to his over the board strength, and I guess because in online you don't really have to manage your time, right? You just have to move. There's so little time you don't really think. Whereas that is one thing that is kind of more difficult in longer time controls. You have all the time to manage, and finally, by the way, he does play a move. He plays the move a5. But one thing also I think about Paravian is that often he gets a little bit too nervous. I think that also holds him back a little bit. But yeah, this move a5, I guess he's anticipating the move bishop e1, because then he wants to go b5, and he's already expended a little bit on the queen side. But yeah, what do you make of this move after such a long thought?
He's playing good moves. a5, I think, completely nice move. Preparing that long-term advantage Black has of trying to run the pawns up the board. I think excellent move. But why on earth are you spending 30 minutes on it? The guy is playing good moves, but he's taking way too much time, and that's gonna come back to bite him. I'm sorry to say. It's just you cannot have that time management against Hikaru, especially considering the fact that these moves aren't even that difficult. Like wanting to get the pawns forward, that's sensible. Wanting to get the rook to the open file, that's fairly obvious. Wanting to get this rook to have pressure in the center, that's fairly obvious. Moving the queen out to try and trade the queens when the white queen was back here, also pretty obvious. Like I don't understand how he's taking so much time for fairly obvious moves. But that being said, his position is fine. It's good. It's just that with 30 minutes on the clock, you know something bad is going to happen because the way he's presented himself with the time management, it's just not going to be a viable long-term strategy. He's going to have some difficult decision when Hikaru gets his rook over to attack the king. And then he's going to fall apart because he doesn't have enough time left to deal with it.
Yeah, and we see Hikaru sitting down on the board. And yeah, because of this, I don't really like this opening approach by Hikaru. What he did is going for a very principled opening with white. But I feel like the opening is one of Paravian's strength. And I think with Hikaru, I mean, it's always easier to talk in hindsight, right? But I feel like, and by the way, judging from the camera, Hikaru is not very impressed with this move A5. He's making funny faces. I would have rather seen Hikaru play an opening that's a little bit more dodgy, keep more pieces on the board, and make Paravian spend time early on in the opening, maybe on move 5 or so, because then he can easily end up in time pressure. Whereas here, I mean, I wouldn't quite say he's in time pressure, right? 37 minutes for another 21 moves is still all right. But
let me tell you, if he continues the pace he's had for the previous moves, he'll lose on time in 2 moves.
Right.
So, I mean, I understand what you're saying about your opponent is more likely to spend a lot of time if you have more pieces on the board. But that's precisely why we're critiquing this guy. Because the position was simplified enough for him to be able to move quicker. And the fact that he's spending so much time, even though the plans are quite clear for both players, I mean, I think that makes the argument that, like, it's even worse, right? You say normally you have to play something a bit offbeat to get your opponent thinking, but here Paravian is just giving himself less time on the clock, despite Hikaru having played like principled, pretty clear cut, in a clear cut way. So yeah, no, I'm really not liking Paravian's time management, but I am liking his position. So it's an interesting kind of struggle between Paravian's own demons, right? If he can just speed up, his chances in the game is going to be pretty good. But if he continues this pace, then, you know, he's going to lose the game, and deservedly so.
Yeah, and Hikaru was already reaching for a piece. I wonder which one. I mean, he cannot move. He was reaching more of a piece in the center, I think. He cannot move the knight. The knight cannot go to e5. He cannot move the rook. I mean, he can, but it doesn't make any sense. Moving the bishop is possible. You can move the bishop back to b1, but Paravian has just anticipated that move. Now he's more than happy to go b5 and b4, and opponent a5 makes perfect sense. I think it makes a lot of sense to keep your bishop on d3 for now. You stop black from advancing that pawn to b5, and now the b pawn is a bit of a weakness. Now potential rook b1 would be annoying, as it's difficult to protect that pawn. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. But yeah, you make a very good point that even in a simplified position, he's spending a lot of time. And that's why I was saying, imagine how much time he would spend in a position with all of the pieces still on the board.
Oh, yeah. You're making... Well, turns out the guy spends a lot of time no matter what, right? So no matter what Hikaru would have done, the guy would have had more time management, I suspect. It's just the nerves, or, you know, the playing style, whatever you want to call it. We've actually gone an hour and a half without a break because we got lost in the Carlson, is he the GOAT or isn't he discussion. So unless Hikaru, because Hikaru was about to make a move, and now he's kind of back into a very thinking pose. So we're going to let Hikaru figure out how he wants to progress his attack. And in the meantime, we'll take a break to re-energize the commentators and come back with some Nakamura focus rather than the... I'm sure it's not the last word spoken about the Carlson-Kasparov discussion. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of the Qatar Masters 2023. Ludwig, while we were on a short break, Hikaru has already moved, and I really like his move. He played the move Rook to B1.
Yeah, I like it too. I think this is a perfect situation, actually, for Hikaru, given his opponent's indecisiveness. I think that's fair to call it. So after Rook B1, the thing is, Hikaru cannot really do anything. If this was Hikaru's move, if he moves the knight forward, so let's just make a nothing move for black, move this king. If Hikaru moves this knight forward, then he leaves the protection of the d4 pawn. If Hikaru moves the queen, well, there's only one safe square for the queen, and that will allow the queens to be traded. If Hikaru moves the rook, well, then why did he move the rook up to begin with? And if Hikaru moves the bishop, well, then you're allowing the black queen entry into a dangerous spot where it's making threats against several pieces. So if it was Hikaru's move, Hikaru just genuinely couldn't move a piece. But it's its opponent's turn. And frankly, black is struggling under the same kind of thing. Like, if the queen moves, well, then the queen leaves the protection of the b6 pawn. So then maybe that pawn can be captured. If the knight moves, well, then the knight will no longer be protecting the king and allow for Hikaru to push forward there. If the rook moves out of the way, well, then the rook is no longer attacking the pawn on d4, allowing Hikaru to complete his plan of moving the knight out of the way and have the rook point down on the king. We're at an impasse. Neither player can really do anything without deteriorating their own position, but there's one key difference. Hikaru is making his moves in an average of, like, over the past 5 moves, Hikaru has played with an average speed of, I would estimate, like 4 minutes per move.
Mm-hmm.
If we look at Paravian's time usage, last 5 moves, he's moving at an average closer to like 14 minutes per move. 50. I mean, the difference in pace is staggering. And the fact that both players are struggling to find a good plan means that Hikaru is essentially just going to increase his time advantage, because Hikaru is going to be like, well, I don't really have any good moves, but I'll just move quickly. And Paravian is like, oh, I don't really have any good moves, so let me spend 30 minutes in this position to find one.
Exactly. Yeah, no, Hikaru seems much more comfortable with the shuffling game, so to speak. And to be honest, I feel like the move a7, a5, if anything, is actually worse in the black position. I think Paravian would love to move that pawn back, because now the pawn on b6 is quite weak. But you make a great point. Paravian was in his preparation up until move 14, the move knight to f6. And yeah, he spent more than an hour. He spent more than an hour on the next 4 moves. He's already in another 10-minute think. So we could see him getting into time pressure very, very soon here. He really needs to accelerate.
And like, the position is equal, right? Neither player can really do anything. So obviously the position is equal. But when Hikaru does try to make something happen, probably he's going to have to play something that gives black objectively the advantage. Because we kind of looked at, well, all the obvious moves is just shuffling. So if you want to go forward, you're actually going to have to sacrifice something. But making that sacrifice could be worthwhile if you're doing it against an opponent that has 10 minutes left for 20 moves. You make a calculated risk to go into maybe what's objectively a worse position, but a position you understand that your opponent doesn't have the skill set to deal with, nor the time to figure out.
Yeah, so let's see what Paravian's gonna do. I don't really see a clear move for him because, yeah, now you can really move the queen. You would hang the pawn on b6. You don't really want to move the knight. So what does black even do here? I mean, you could go rook b8 to add some protection, but then you move your rook to a passive square.
Yeah,
so I don't even know what he should do. Like, and I think that's even more annoying. When you have a very clear move, you make it quickly. But when you're put in a position like this, it's like, what do you do? And then it's very easy to burn a lot of time. And I think also precisely because of that, Paravian spent a lot of time on a5 because also he didn't see a very clear plan.
So I think, let me just showcase what my computer, it's not a super strong computer, but the fact that the computer can even come up with this illustrates the point I was making about neither player really being able to make any progress. One of the computer lines I have is rook to b8, similar to how Hikaru moved his rook, right? The rook was well placed, but it moves over to attack and defend this b6 pawn respectively. Then my computer said rook to, no, sorry, that wasn't, it said pawn to a3. And then now it's legitimately suggesting rook back to c8 for black, after which rook e1 was the top choice. And then, well, I kind of want to be a bit of a jerk and say, well, here, black can go rook to b8. Like, black can literally shuffle the rook between these two squares without making the position worse.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, it's difficult for Hikaru to do anything. I guess maybe, yeah, like, it feels like d5 is still going to backfire. I think black just takes, and in case of e5, then there's 94. And I don't think we have a real attack. Also, we cannot move the knight up to e5 again. That hangs the pawn on d4. And by the way, he has moved. He has played the move a4. Perhaps he wants to push the pawn all the way up to a3. So in case he does capture the a-pawn, his pass pawn is already very far advanced. Hikaru could play the move a3 himself, but then the pawn is a bit of a target, and perhaps Paravian can attack it with how exactly? Maybe a well-timed queen e7.
Yeah, I don't know. They be shuffling. And I think this doesn't really change the considerations we talked about. Like, Paravian does manage to find a fairly useful move. But in order to find it, he spent 13 minutes and 30 seconds. And he has exactly one more move he can spend 14 minutes on. So I said his time on average per move here was 14 minutes, and he literally goes ahead and plays in 13:30. Yeah, Hikaru will just make a move. I would love to see him just play the rook back to d1 because it's such an in-your-face move. And then Paravian is going to spend 14 minutes here. And when we're kind of just waiting for the guy to be low on time, after which Hikaru will gamble. And I think he should gamble. I think defending your king when you're very low on time is difficult. And so even if it's not objectively the best, I think Hikaru, like, imagine black does go like a bit back and forth, and we do this for some time with Paravian spending tons of time for no real good reason. And then when Paravian is down to like 5 minutes, I want to see Hikaru give up this pawn in the center. We talked about it earlier. Then push his pawn up. And the idea here is that even though you give up a pawn, this pawn will now block the bishop, block the rook, and block the knight. And so even though Hikaru in this situation is down a pawn, there's just his pieces are better placed, and it's a risk worth taking when your opponent is down to just 5 minutes.
Exactly, and look at Hikaru again. He's making some funny faces. The move a4 also came as a bit of a surprise to me, because now the pawns are no longer connected, right? When the pawn was on a7, it was nicely defending that pawn on b6. I guess on the upside, the pawns are a little bit further advanced, which could be in Paravian's favor, could also be his to White's advantage, as the pawns can be a little bit vulnerable. And right now, Paravian has 24 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. He needs to make another 20 moves to reach the time control and get an additional half an hour on the clock. Would you say he is already in time pressure or not just yet? What is your take?
I mean, he is in time pressure because his pace has been horrific. Had he spent all of this time in the first 12 moves and then having sped up, then I don't think the time he has left is an issue. But the fact that the trend of his time management is that he's spending 14 minutes per move, well, then having 24 minutes left is a big disaster. And that's kind of interesting about chess, is that it doesn't only matter where we're at right now, it also matters how we got here. Because it speaks to the player's psyche. And here, Paravian, having played so slowly over the past couple of moves, he's going to be very nervous about not managing to speed up now that it's a necessity. Whereas if he had played the last 5 moves very quickly, then that would have been fine for him, because he still has 20 minutes left, and he would then have showcased that he did have the ability to notch up the pace.
Exactly. Now, the good thing for Paravian is that the position is still rather simplified. Already 2 pairs of minor pieces have been traded off, or also 2 pairs of pawns. And there are no immediate problems just yet, right? Like, let's say there would also be serious problems on the board, then the time is definitely an issue. Here, however, that is not the case just yet. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I don't see a good way to increase the pressure right away. And the question is, do we play a3 or not? I would think not, as I think the pawn will be too easy for Paravian to attack. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, now Hikaru has a really difficult decision, because, like we said, this is like an impossible situation for both players. Neither player has a good plan. And so every time it's your turn, you have an issue trying to figure out what to do next. Now, I said this was very much to Hikaru's benefit, but that's solely because Hikaru had been reaching his decisions much quicker than Paravian. And I mean, Hikaru has it in him to start thinking for a really, really long time. So I think that the key here is just make a quick move, close your eyes, realize that, okay, this move I'm making now, it's not going to be a good move, but it's going to be a move that keeps my opponent thinking, keeps my opponent's clock ticking. And that's what this position right now is all about. You never want it to be your move because you don't have a sensible plan, and that applies for both players.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. Like, when Hikaru makes a move, it's not necessarily that he will make a bad move, but he can't be sure, so to speak, that it will be the best move, because there's so many options and there's no direct plan. right? So let's see what he's going to do. But I think you make a very good point. I think he should just move quickly, pass the ball back, and Paravian score, because right now we see Paravian, he's at the board. Paravian is very focused. He's sitting with his hands in his hair. He's trying to think on Hikaru's move. I did see a little head bob from there from Hikaru. So he does seem to be quite sure about something. But yeah, Hikaru sometimes does take a long thing, but it happens more rarely. It doesn't happen as often as
yeah, but the reason I mentioned it is because we had this situation earlier in this week, or rather last week, I guess, at this stage, where when Hikaru had the black pieces against Vokita, and Hikaru had a massive time advantage and suddenly spent like 30 minutes on one move, after which Hikaru was suddenly behind on the clock. So I feel like it's very important for Hikaru not to kind of try and find the answer to the position, and rather just play moves to keep the position going, even if they're ugly moves. So the computer's top choice here is rook to e1, which is ridiculous, right? It's completely nonsensical that you first move the rook over to the left and then go back to the right. But what's brilliant about this move, in addition to actually being the computer's top choice, is that it passes the move back to Paravian. And given the situation on the board, given that neither player really has a good plan, your number one idea is going to be just making a move to get to restart the opponent's clock. Now, this move is going to make it clear to the Russian player that Hikaru doesn't have a good plan. So probably Hikaru he wants to make a move that makes it look like he's trying to do something, instead of making the opponent realize that, I don't know what I'm doing either, so you're not alone. That being said, I do think just having that quick pace is going to be more important. It's going to be interesting to see. I think let's check in with Magnus while Hikaru is pondering this no good plan for either player situation. In Magnus's game, Samant, international master, but rated at a grandmaster level, has more than 2,500 rating points. The guy thought, playing against Magnus Carlson, it's a good idea to try and trade off the queens. And based on the discussion we were having earlier, you can be quite certain that I am of a different opinion. Magnus's weakness is not in endgames where he's a little bit better. And I suspect Samant is about to feel that himself. After the queen trade, White's idea was that he got a double attack with the rook going after two pawns on the 5th rank. But Magnus very cleverly gave up one of the pawns on the side of the board, only to return with his rook to that side, since now that the pawn is gone, the rook's influence is much greater, and Magnus actually wins back the pawn with his knight. And in this position, the computer feels like black is a little bit better. Black has better placed knights for starters, with this knight on g3 being particularly bad on account of the pawn on g6, which is able to control both of the squares the knight would like to use moving forward. So this knight is bad. This knight isn't great either, because this pawn Magnus has in the center prevents the knight from moving forward. Whereas the black knights are not only more active, they're actually making threats, putting pressure here on the white pawn on c3. In addition, Magnus has a 1 hour and 3 minutes time advantage. So Yeah, Magnus maneuvering game, using that to win the game. This is some classic Carlson-esque stuff.
Yeah, that's looking great for him. Yeah, I think definitely a poor decision by Samant. He went into an endgame hoping that maybe he could hold a draw, but he just plays right into Magnus' strength because he gives up his advantage, Samant, and the position is not it's not even. It's actually worse for White. And like you pointed out, Magnus is up more than an hour on the clock. Rook B1, a clever move he's attacking the bishop on B7. So let's see where Magnus is going to go. I guess he's just going to step up to C6, a very nice and safe square. And the pawn on C3 is somewhat vulnerable. The pawn on E4 is hanging in some variations. And indeed, the knight on G3, often you maneuver the knight there in the Spanish, but it's nicely neutralized by the pawn on G6. So I feel like Magnus has a great chance to win this game. And if Magnus wins this one, he's not doing too bad at all in the tournament. He will not be too far behind the leaders.
So Magnus right now, he's given up a point and a half, correct?
Yep.
So that means with a win today, he's going to be on 4.5 points out of 6. And Hikaru's on 4 points. So if Hikaru wants to stay ahead of Magnus, he's going to need to win his game.
Yes, no, for sure. And I think also in a tournament like this, we see that Hikaru has made draws with the black pieces, right? And we've discussed about that. Like, is that a good strategy or not? I think draws with black are fine. They're not necessarily good. They're not necessarily bad. But it does put some pressure on you when you're Hikaru. Then you do have to win games with white. So he kind of has to win this game here. Like you said, to stay ahead of Carlson. Also, probably if he wins this game, he will get the lead. But let's say this game ends in a draw. Then again, tomorrow he will have the black pieces. And that is when you can get a little bit stuck, as the tournament is already in its second half.
So speaking of the lead in the tournament, I feel like that's a good segue to check in with the current number 1 in the standings. And that's Narayanan, who managed to win a great game on Sunday against Gukesh. He is the only player on 4.5 points out of 5. But here with the black pieces, he's facing a tough task against Abdusaturov of Uzbekistan. And that tough task, that being said, look at the computer evaluation equals 0.00, and black has some nice looking pawns in the center of the board, which could potentially push forward to try and create an attack on the white king. And in addition to that, the Indian is 15 minutes ahead on the clock. Is Narayanan, could he win this? Could he really take the lead? Well, maybe even increase his lead in the tournament and actually fight for the first place despite not being ranked among the best players?
I think he very well could. And look at this move, Rook E2 by Abdusaturov. It looks like the computer gives that a question mark, and it's really provoking black to go F4 here. And actually, why not? Let's say you go F4 here with black. I think the idea is that white can go knight C4. The pawn on E4 is somewhat vulnerable, but maybe we just push forward once again with F3. Because if you take on E4 with a rook, all of a sudden there's Queen G6 hitting the rook on E4 and threatening a checkmate on G2, and that would be the end of the game. So white would have to do something else. I assume knight E5, attacking the rook, attacking the queen, and maybe that works out. But also, I like Narayanan's time management. He is up 15 minutes on the clock, so he is playing an amazing tournament so far.
Hey, we'll definitely make sure to look at these players to check whether Narayanan. I really like the way you're pronouncing it. I'm just not managing to do it. Narayanan. Narayanan.
Narayanan.
Ryanan.
Naraya, yeah. Anyway, Hikaru, by the way, in the meantime, keeps burning clock. I'm not a big fan of that. I feel like he really needs to move. He needs to move, keep his time edge. Again, the edge is not so much on the board. It's very difficult to make anything happen there. And whoa, in the meantime, Naraya. Okay, Rook 88 is a miss. It's not a bad move, but maybe F4 was stronger. But a very solid move. F4, as we discussed, is somewhat committal, as then the E4 pawn gets becomes weak. So I think very understandable decision here by Narayanan.
Oh my god, I made you insecure about it.
It's all right.
Okay. Potential.
Hikaru has moved.
Yeah, F4 was interesting, but it wasn't clear that it was going to be good. And having the lead in the tournament, the Indian player opts for a more cautious approach. Let's just stop by quickly some of the other players. Eric Geisy with the white pieces. Wow, Eric Geisy has sacrificed a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, look at this. I'm going to go back a couple of moves. And after pawn to f6, attacking the knight, he captures the pawn on c6 and gets a double exclam, giving up his knight, but in doing so, managing to capture first the one more pawn, but the attack against the knight and the attack against the next pawn on a4 means that it's going to be 3 pawns in exchange for that knight. And those are no ordinary 3 pawns. Those are pawns that could potentially work their way up on the queen side to become new queens. So very intriguing play from Eric Geisy. And we'll check in with these other guys after first making sure to stay on top of Hikaru's game, because Hikaru has played the move a3. And what I really like about this move, Benjamin, is that it's still one of those moves that's non-committal, that's not really doing much, but it's not letting Paravian know that Hikaru doesn't have a plan. So if Hikaru went with the rook away from the open file, then it would be very clear to the opponent that, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but neither does Hikaru. So maybe I just play quickly and he can't really do much. Whereas now after a3, maybe Paravian, will think for a really long time yet again, but he doesn't. King f8.
Yeah, Paravian speeding up here. King f8, a good move. So here's the thing. I was just gonna say the pawn on a3, it could become somewhat vulnerable, but it's difficult to attack because had Black played Queen e7, then you hang the pawn on b6. Other question is whether White can actually take that. Let's put that on the board real quick. Let's say Black goes Queen e7. I'm not sure that White can take. As after Rook takes b6, there might be a Rook c1 check. Or, yeah, the point is... Yeah, let's say Rook takes b6. I think Black might have Rook c1 check here. And you can't go King h2, as then there's Queen c7, forking the Rook and the King. So perhaps that was a move. But as you wanted to point out, it's difficult for Black to actually take that pawn on a3. Because let's say we play King h1, we don't take. Then, in case Black takes, there's often the idea of e5, attacking the knight, and once the knight moves, then there's a bishop h7 check with a discovery, and you pick up the king. And that is why Paravian has moved his king over to f8. The king is still sitting quite safe over there, and there will never be that discovery along the third rank.
So you think this is a move that prepares queen to e7 next?
Yeah, I think he just wants... I think he feels like his king is still sitting perfectly safe over here, maybe even slightly safer, is what he feels like. And potentially, you know, if he does have a queen on d6 or an e7, he could threaten to take the pawn. I think that's his idea.
And also, maybe it prevents an idea for Hikaru to go rook to b4. Rook to b4 tries to target the pawn on a4, However, because of the reasonings you just gave, now queen down gives a check, king can move out of the way, and then the queen simply takes the pawn, and there's no trick with this rook managing to attack the queen along the third rank.
Right. And here's the thing. Hikaru spent, what is it, 17, let me check real quick, 17, almost 18 minutes on his move. Paravian, of course, was also thinking on Hikaru's turn, like, what am I going to do on a3? A3, very sensible move by Hikaru, right? He's stopping that pawn. Also, he's fixing it on a light square. And Paravian was thinking during that time, and that is why he moved quickly. Hikaru still has a big time advantage, but it is dwindling, right? He was up, I don't know, 40 minutes or so. Right now, it's down to 25. So let's see what he's going to come up with. But yeah, I don't know. What looks like a good plan to you?
Well, so the computer is suggesting rook back down to e1. And I mean, it looks ridiculous, but the point the point I wanted to make is that after this move, computer says by far the best is to go king back to g8.
What about this? What if we go rook e1? And I guess queen c3 is not a move because of rook takes b6. Or can we take or not?
Well, queen c3 is very much a move, I would think. Attacking both a bishop and a pawn now that the rook left its post. But I was thinking after king to g8, well, I was thinking essentially that this moving the rook back, the idea is to take control of the c1 square, which means now we can go rook to b4 and attack without allowing this queen in to give the check.
Right.
But, you know, it feels wrong to move back. So if
it does, yeah.
If possible, I would prefer a different. What about making the sacrifice now? Paravian is not as low on time as I would have liked. But if we now sacrifice the pawn, maybe the fact that he moved his king closer to the middle could be a problem for him. For instance, after the knight comes forward in the center, here's an idea by the computer. Pawn to e6, giving up a second pawn, but then knight d4 sees the knight trying to do a mega fork against the king, rook, and queen.
Exactly. Yeah, so there you do take advantage of that king on f8. But yeah, rook, I feel like Hikaru probably wants to keep the position more undefined for the time being. So I do like the idea, but perhaps he has to time it a little bit better. And again, maybe time it when Paravian is really low on time. 22 minutes is still quite a decent bank of time. But yeah, rook e1 to me looks quite a natural. But then how do we do it? Do moves like king h1 make any sense, or does that worsen the white position? Because I don't see why the king would be better there, and then it's further away from the center.
Yeah, now you're desperate. Officially desperate, just trying to find some kind of non-committal move that very slightly improves the position. I mean, in that same category, what about the move g3?
King g8.
Number one, if you play a move like g3, you are gonna surprise the opponent. The guy is not expecting this, so that's better for you. And if he does manage to figure out that he should just go back and forth, now after king g2, you've very, very slightly improved the positioning of your king. And if the guy continues moving back and forth, well, actually, now the computer says we can go after this pawn because we've prevented the check. Wow, that's super clever. I should probably not admit to chat that my idea with this g3 move was to go queen f4 because the computer hates that. But G3, King G2, that's genuinely what you were saying, Benjamin. Like you were trying to look for a way to very slightly improve the positioning of the king. And this is such a thing because by preventing that queen check to do the double attack against the king and the pawn, it means Hikaru will be able to use his rook to attack the a4 pawn next. The more I'm talking about this, the more I feel like this is definitely what Hikaru should do.
I like it, yeah, because also you improve the placement of your king. Now, if you go rook b4, there will never be queen c. Well, there is queen c1, but no longer with the check. So I like the idea. And like you said, it keeps Paravian guessing. Is he gonna go king g8? I mean, I think it's very difficult for a human to just go king f8, king g8, and basically tell your opponent, yeah, here you have free, here you have 2 moves for free. But if not, then what else could his plan be, right? I have an idea. Maybe this makes sense. After g3, what if black goes rook d7 with the idea to go queen d8 after king g2? And then rook c3 is my idea. Although maybe we still just go rook b4, rook c3, and take on a4. But I think it does make some sense.
Here, the computer's saying the best move is king g8 after having given up the pawn.
Right.
Wow, this position is just super difficult. Like both players are struggling so much to find a sensible way of moving forward. The key here is just to make a move. Like if you can find a move that reasonably tries to improve your positioning, which I do think, even though we kind of stumbled upon it with the bad intentions, I had a different intention, but it worked out. I feel like G3 is one of these moves that actually does improve the position and has a very clear, straightforward plan for white to proceed. So, I mean, the key to making your moves here is making moves that means your opponent will not be able to go back and forth. Something that actually has a plan in mind. That means your opponent is going to have to spend their time dealing with your intentions.
Exactly. And also making a move that isn't too committal, right? You don't want to play e5 just yet. You don't want to play d5 just yet. You want to keep the position as undefined as possible. Yeah, to be fair though, I wouldn't mind a move from Hikaru that does allow the move king g8, because I think it's unlikely that Paravian is going to play that move anyway. It's very difficult to just go back and forth and trust that there is no way for your opponent to improve their position. But yeah, I don't see it here for Hikaru, and he's burning a lot of clock here. He's got to go here. He's got to move.
The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm really loving this G3 move, just in terms of actually improving white's position and creating problems Paravian is gonna have to think about to figure out. Yeah, because if Hikaru moves back, well, then he's kind of giving up on this whole attacking idea, and he's allowing the queen in to do the double attack. I don't like that. The bishop can't really move because then there's a lot of pressure against the e4 pawn, where you would like to have the bishop, and it also allows the queen to get involved. So we're back at it with that same, the knight cannot move because then you leave the protection of the d4 pawn. The queen cannot move because then the only square you can go to, you're getting traded, which is to black's favor. Ooh, or is it? Benjamin. So previously we were saying queen trade's definitely good for black. But then the pawn was back on a7, and these two guys were defending each other. Right now, the only defender of the b6 pawn is the queen. And well, my idea originally with g3 was to try and make a queen trade, but I could have just gone for the queen trade immediate. Oh, computer didn't like that.
And
okay,
Hikaru
so
has moved. He's played the move bishop b5, a more straightforward move, hitting that pawn on a4 right away. And I think now we will see a quick queen c2 by Paravian, defending a4, hitting e4, hitting the rook on b1. I think white only has one set. You can repeat with bishop d3, but I think given the fact that Hikaru is up on time, he wants to make it more difficult for his opponent to reach the 40th move. So he's not interested in repeating. I think he's going to go rook be1 to defend his e4 pawn. And now, I think the position might be ripe for a d5 push. Combined with e5, like let's say after all of this, let's say black goes, I don't know, let's make a move. Well,
it's kind of difficult to make a move, huh?
Bishop a8, we go d5, takes, and now e5, knight e4, e6, takes, knight d4, and it just completely collapses for black. So I think that is what Hikaru has in mind.
Yeah, that looks kind of good.
Mm-hmm.
That looks very good.
So I think that's his idea. But does black have any other move besides queen c2? Or yeah, well, so do you think Paravian is going to burn more clock here, or is he going to move quickly?
No, he's going to burn his clock. I think the fact that he played king f8 quickly was pretty much a fluke. And now that he's facing a proper threat, he's going to need to take some time to figure this out. One thing I did want to mention is that I briefly saw the computer suggesting bishop takes e4.
Uh-huh. Let's have a look at that. So queen c2, rook e1, bishop takes e4. Okay, so I assume we of course take with the rook, knight takes, and I think we want to keep the queens on the board. Yeah, because we still have some attacking chances, and I feel like in the endgame, black is doing quite fine as a3 is weak. So let's look at this. So rook takes e4.
Yeah, so just to complete that thought, if the queen trade, then famously, so normally you always say that a bishop and a knight is better than a rook, but we've kind of discovered in endgames that the rooks can be really good at helping pawns on the far side try and become new queens. So here, after rook c3, white will capture the black pawn, black will capture the white pawn, and it's actually kind of difficult for these two pieces to try and stop the black pawn, which has a very clear path forward to become a new queen. So that's why Benjamin says you want to keep the queens, because you want to keep attacking the black king. And then the computer suggested queen b1, attacking the bishop and giving a check on the king. And when the bishop steps back, the idea for black is to go rook c1, having that queen and rook work together against the bishop and the king. But an observant viewer may have seen that the bar went all white. And that's because, well, moving the rook up actually leaves the other rook unprotected. And not only unprotected, it's a checkmate against the black king. So you would have to first move this rook out of the way, then you can come in with the next one. And yeah, this would be a very intriguing position, but it would be the complete opposite of the game we've seen the last 2 hours, because suddenly we go from a position where neither player had a clear plan forward to a position where, you know, the opponent has a very obvious threat, and if you don't stop it, you're going to lose instantly.
Exactly. And I just wanted to point out, instead of the move queen b1, Paravian could also play the move queen c1 in this position. So here our bishop is not under attack. There's no reason to move it back. Here we can just go king h2, and black can take the a3 pawn. And technically speaking, black is up in materials. Black has a rook and 2 pawns for the 2 minor pieces, but white gets a very strong attack here, starting with knight e5, rook of4 is coming next, and I think it's just too much, because let's simply count attackers versus defenders. All of white's pieces pretty much are attacking, and for the moment, black has 0 defenders, so white is just absolutely crushing it. By the way, funny tactic, after queen e7, there's knight g6 check. Forking the king and the queen, you have to take, and then there's knight f4, and your king cannot go to e8, so you're losing the queen. But a Peruvian has just moved. He played the move queen to c2.
So the position reaches its new evolution. We've gone from a situation where neither player has a clear plan to now it being a situation where it's threats and counter threats. Hikaru attacked the pawn on a4. Queen c2 both protects the pawn and attacks the white rook and the white pawn in the center. So this game is spicing up significantly. We better take a break now so that we're able to stay for all the action that's about to come, because this game just got interesting. We're gonna take a break then, and we'll be back with a thrilling finish where I think, just to surmise, Benjamin, we're liking Hikaru's chances now, right?
Yeah, I like his chances. He's up 20 minutes on the clock. Peruvian needs to make another 18 moves to reach the time control. And before, if anything, maybe Peruvian was slight. I mean, I don't think Hikaru had an edge. It's maybe a little bit too much to say the Peruvian was better, but he had a very comfortable position. I think now Hikaru has a slight edge, and Peruvian is going to have to be super accurate here. Also, Hikaru now has that idea of breaking with that d5 pawn sacrifice that I like a lot. So let's see what he's going to do.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of the Qatar Masters 2023. Ludwig, while we were on a short break, Hikaru has already played his move. He played the move that we expected. Rook BE1, defending the E4 pawn and addressing the threat on the rook. And Paravian is deep in thoughts. He only has 10 minutes on his clock.
Yeah, no. This is where his poor time management on the previous move comes back to haunt him. And look at the move that comes in. Because he was under such big pressure from the time situation, he decides to go for a move that tries to clarify the position and kind of trade off some pieces and remove some of the tension. The problem is, like we studied, we looked at this move, bishop takes pawn, and our conclusion was that this is good for Hikaru. And Hikaru has the time advantage to find all the right moves in response to this. I would call it a sacrifice. Because as a kid, what you're taught is that you should never trade off a bishop and a knight for a pawn and a rook. Because almost always the pawn and the rook will be the two pieces will be better than the pawn and the rook. Now, of course, the situation I'm referring to where you learn this is in the Italian Opening. So it cannot be compared completely. But when I was a kid, when I played with the black pieces, very often I would have my opponents point in towards the f7 pawn with their bishop and with their knight. I would castle, have the rook protect, and then they would trade. And we would get this situation where the knight and bishop almost always is better than the pawn and the rook. But that's also partly because black here is so far ahead in development. Black has 2 knights and a bishop into the game, whereas white has left everyone behind on their original squares. So
and
this is the first way normally you learn how the two pieces are better than the rook.
Exactly. And Hikaru is back at the board. He made a bit of a funny face seeing his opponent's moves. Bishop takes e4. But I'm sure that he's soon going to take with the rook, and then he's going to take with the rook again. Like, take with the rook is pretty much the only move if you want to have any sort of chances for an advantage. Black is, of course, going to take with the knight. And I think black is completely fine in the endgame after queen takes. But after rook takes, as we examined, it seems like white has great chances with the queens on the board.
Yeah, keep the queens because you want to attack this king. Very intriguing position. And this is the kind of tactical situation where Paravian's lack of time is just going to be the deciding factor. I'm struggling to imagine a scenario in which Hikaru doesn't win, and I'm struggling to see a scenario where Paravian's horrendous time management isn't just the reason Hikaru wins.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru hasn't taken just yet. I guess he's trying to figure out the complications if he actually does take, but it's clear that it has to be the only move. And so he should just play it quickly and then let Paravian think again. For Paravian, fortunately for him, knight takes c4 is a very obvious move. But after rook takes, you could consider both moves. Queen c1 check is definitely a move. Queen b1 as well. I guess queen b1, I like it a little bit more as it forces us to move our bishop back to the passive f1 square.
Yeah. And then we try to see what happens if black moves the rook up to try and attack the white bishop and the white king. Unfortunately, this resulted in a checkmate in one move, as the white queen is appropriately placed to both take out the black rook and thereby checkmating the king. So instead, Paravian will move the rook if this situation occurs. And this is a tricky position Like this is a properly tricky position because what you said, Benjamin, is that we want to attack the black king. The obvious attacking move is rook to f4, just pointing in towards the king immediately. However, then rook to c1, no more checkmate on the black king. And in fact, having this queen and rook work together against the white king is very dangerous. And it means that the plan of attacking the black king probably has to be scrapped as the black pieces suddenly manage to counter against the white king. And suddenly, well, both kings are in trouble here, but I would say white being down, having just lost their bishop in this variation, is not for preference.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru still has not moved. I mean, well, here's the thing. Right now, he's spending almost 6 minutes. I think that's a little bit too long for an only move, right? Of course, he's thinking what happens afterwards, but you just have to make sure that you don't lose material, right? You see, okay, queen b1, I have bishop f1. And I think then you just have to go for it and let him think on his time, right? I mean, now he's just spending too much time on an only move.
Well, I guess Hikaru's argument is that he's not spending time on whether he's going to take the bishop. He's spending time on whether he's going to take with the rook or the queen in this instance.
Yeah, but I feel like for a player of his caliber, it should be pretty obvious that you take with the rook, right? And that you keep the queens on the board and to keep all of your attacking chances. And again, like he's sitting with his hands in his hair, he's just got to go. Got to go pass the ball back in Paravian's court because now he's just giving Paravian time for free. He's giving him time to think on his turn.
Okay, and Hikaru takes your recommendation about speeding up, and he does, of course, take the bishop. So, I mean, if you don't take the bishop, you're just down a pawn for no good reason. So this was the only choice Hikaru had. But then when Paravian recaptures, here's the real choice. Do you want to take with the queen and go for the queen trade? Or do you want to take with the rook, which has the problem of allowing the queen access to the first rank? So you want to take with the rook because you keep your attacking chances, but taking with the rook means that you no longer control the squares the queen can use to both check the king and attack. Either the queen attacks the king and the pawn, or the queen attacks the bishop and the king. Both of which are, I don't think, both of which are I'm so sorry. Both of which are tricky.
Yeah, but again, I feel like Hikaru, given the fact that he's such a world-class player, I mean, he's an attacking player. It's to his, it must be his intuition to take with the rook and go for checkmating ideas with 95 and rook f4. So I'm surprised. I think he's taking way too much time for a move that should not be difficult for him. And at this point, it's almost 10 minutes in total for rook takes c4 and now rook takes c4 again.
So if Hikaru decides to take with the queen, do you think...
I don't even want to think about that. Like, come on.
Seriously? You think it's that bad?
I mean, it's just such a pity to go into the endgame that I don't think Hikaru is going to do that. If I hear, yeah, I don't, yeah, I think he's just going to take with the rook, and I think he should play it much faster because, again, he's basically giving Paravian an extra 10 minutes on the clock to think about it.
I agree with you, but I do think Hikaru is going to take with the rook. But I also do think that the reason he's taking his time is because, well, there's two moves to consider, and like, either this is very good for white or it's very bad for white. There's no like middle ground.
Right.
Would you agree? So when there are these situations, which is it's an either or kind of thing, especially when you have a time advantage, it makes a lot of sense spending your time advantage in those situations, realizing that if I get this this decision right, I'm gonna be in a great circumstances.
Yeah, but the thing is, the game is still far from over, right? Even if he makes the right decision here, he will still have to find good moves afterwards. Like you said, if the queen b1, bishop f1, the bishop is pinned, it will not be that easy to build up an attack. And again, I feel like it must be his intuition, his instinct to take with the rook. So he's just got to go for it. Keep time on the clock, and again, don't hand Paravian any extra time to think on his.
No, but I think you're underestimating the dangers in this position, right? So personally, I think it's all about this queen b1 move rather than the queen c1. I think queen b1 having the ability to attack both the bishop and the king, forcing the bishop back so that you can put pressure on the bishop afterwards. Okay, so Hikaru does take with the rook. So he's made his decision, but it doesn't change the fact that this is very, very scary with the second rook about to join the struggle as well.
Exactly. Rook takes c4, good move. Like we said, we would have liked to see this a little bit faster. I mean, he could have had 10 more minutes on the clock, and then Paravian would not have been able to think on his
No, but
turn,
he needed to be sure that he's not just losing here, right? Or in big trouble.
Yeah, but Hikaru is so good, he just knows that intuitively.
Well, it's just that, like, there are so many dangerous plans here for black. Number one, you're threatening to move the rook up and catch the king and bishop. There's some ideas even of this pawn trying to advance along the side of the board. So say there was a variation recommended. Yeah, rook here. If the rook moves up, attacking the bishop, and the knight has to step back to protect, then pawn to b5, this is super dangerous because the pawn advances along the side of the board, and then you're going to be it's going to be very scary about this pawn making it all the way through, sacrificing one pawn to open up for the next one and becoming new queen. Now, in this instance, it didn't really work because Hikaru was generating counterplay against the black king, but I feel like you got to be sure that you're not losing. And then when you're sure you're not losing, then you go for rook takes.
We have queen b1, by the way. Now bishop f1 is the only move, as black has a double attack on the king and the bishop. So you're going to have to block with the bishop. And then a big decision for Paravian. What is he going to do? Rook c1 is the move black would love to play, but it's not a move as it hangs the rook. But I like the move that you suggested, the rook to d5. Because also you have to move the rook somewhere, right? To make sure that you do not hang it after rook c1. But Hikaru has left at an unfortunate moment, as again, bishop f1 is his only move, but he's gonna lose some time over it as he will be away from the board.
So do you think you think it's a Yeah. Well, maybe he had to go to the bathroom. But actually, not here. I agree with you. Leaving the board when your opponent quite clearly has a couple. I
didn't say it was bad. I just said it was an unfortunate moment, right? Like you said, maybe he has to go to the bathroom, so you can't stop nature. But yeah, it's definitely unfortunate because if he would be here, he would play bishop f1 in 1 second, and again, Paravian's clock would start ticking. So and here's the thing: Paravian played that move queen b1 probably quickly, as he was thinking 10 minutes while Hikaru was thinking to take with but don't you? So here's the thing: you of course you have to think a little bit about taking with the rook and then the rook again. But the first capture should have been played a little bit faster. Don't you agree, or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you obviously only have one move, you should make that move, and then you think when you actually have the decision to make. But I guess So I guess Hikaru, by delaying this initial capture with the rook, he's kind of making his opponent think that, oh, maybe there's something else altogether that you could try. I don't know. Yeah, I think in general he could have captured the bishop first quickly, but then I do sympathize with using quite a bit of time for the second capture just to make sure that these double attacks aren't super scary. Let me ask you this. When Hikaru left the board now, presumably to go to the bathroom, do you think Paravian made his move quite quickly on purpose in order for Hikaru's clock to be ticking as much as possible while he's away from the board?
I think so. I think so. Yeah, no, definitely. He was. He probably already wanted to play Queen B1, and then when Hikaru got up, he just waited for him to be out of sight, and then quickly played his move. I think that's definitely. This definitely. Yeah, not. It's definitely on purpose. And Hikaru has already lost 3 minutes. I mean, yeah, that's unfortunate for an only move. We have Bishop f1 and instantly Rook d5. Again, Paravian, he could spend all of that time on Hikaru's turn. So now let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. Perhaps a move like Queen f4, centralizing the queen a little bit. Then Rook takes e6, I guess, is a threat, but then there will be Rook c1 from black.
So Queen f4, Rook c1 attacks along the first rank. The queen could now enter to check the king into the open, but you still have this long-term issue of your own king's safety to deal with. Oh, and here actually, you also left the protection of the rook. So that's going to be a problem as well.
Right. So one of the mods is saying King G8 instead of Rook C1. All right, I wonder if the mods have any intel, because we do have a delay, so maybe they already know what moves have been played. But here's the thing: if you after King G8, now we can go Rook E1, and Black does not have this move Rook C1, which would be annoying if we go Rook E1 right away. Now mods are telling us to shh. The mods know too much. That's why they're being held hostage in the basement.
So you think Queen f4 is the move?
I like Queen f4. I like Queen f4 as we create that pin along the f file, right? It creates the threat of Rook takes e6. Like let's make a move. After Queen f4, let's say Black goes b5. Yes, we take an e6, and now Rook c1 is not even a move due to Queen b8 and mate as the Rook controls the e7 square. So Rook takes e6 is a threat. And also, we want to go Rook e1, because if we go Rook e1 right away instead of Queen f4, then Black can go Rook c1. I think Black is happy to trade off the rooks, because after the trade, already the pawn in a3 starts hanging right away. So I like to move Queen f4 a lot. I think the critical move is the move Rook to c1 after Queen f4. But I think we have Knight d2, hitting the queen, defending the bishop, and let's say Black goes Queen d3. Right, to keep the pin. Here, perhaps we can just go King h2. Step out of the pin, attack the queen. Black can now restore the material balance with Rook takes f1, Knight takes, and Queen takes f1, as now Black gets the 2 minor pieces for the Rook back. But at the end of all of this, we have Rook takes e6. Again, taking advantage of that pin. The material is even, but the Black king is under quite a bit of fire. So perhaps this would be a good line for Hikaru, and Queen f4 is on the board. Let's go.
This is the kind of position Hikaru just excels in, right?
Exactly.
This is very tactical, very complicated. Paravian with only 10 minutes left. I'm liking Hikaru's chances, but I didn't think this queen move was so easy. But Hikaru found it, and so I mean that means he's on his game right now, right? He's finding the good moves.
Exactly. And that is why I was hoping for him to find Rook takes e4 a little bit to play it a little bit quicker, because
well, but if he's now looking good, then why does it matter how quickly he played it, right? He made sure that he had resources in the position to protect against the pressure his king and bishop faces. He still has a 12-minute time advantage, and he has close to a winning position.
And by the way, we have to move king g8 on the board, so it does seem like the mods know more than we know. Yeah, I think it's just because I just have a very like, I know he's really good in these types of positions, but anyway, so king g8 on the board. I guess rook e1 now, attacking the queen. The queen, let's say the queen steps back to b2, right? Can we already go for some sort of attack, or how exactly do we do that here?
Okay, I'm not as optimistic anymore. I was optimistic for a couple of seconds. And now I kind of changed my mind. It's really annoying having to deal with this pawn on a3 and the pressure it's facing. I'm very happy we got the rook back so that we stopped this pressure in towards our queen, king, and bishop. But now the pressure against the a3 pawn is super annoying. And if we lose that pawn, the black pawn is going to be just 3 steps away from becoming a new queen. That's very dangerous. I would go as far as to say, if we just took the queens off the board right now, I think black would win, because black would be able to attack that very important defensive pawn so easily.
Exactly. Yeah. So white does have moves like 95, but 95, I guess there's just rook f8, and I don't see a good follow-up right away. I don't see how we can go for an attack.
But rook f8 is already an accomplishment, right? Because we're forcing the rook away from contributing along the c file.
Right, but now black is attacking both d4 and a3. Right?
Yeah. Another pawn is under attack as a result of us moving the knight away from defense.
And we also have the idea of, let's say, going bishop d3, queen takes a3, and queen e4, but I don't think it really does anything. I think black just goes g6. Or, well, I meant instead of knight here, I guess we sack on g6, and white wins. But I guess if we go knight e5 after bishop d3, then black can take on d4. So we have a lot of pieces on, instead, if, here black takes on d4, I guess, and black is doing quite fine. So we have a lot of pieces on the king side, but it's really difficult to build up an attack. That being said, I trust that Hikaru will find a way. You know, he's just, like you said, he's so good in these complicated positions to find a way through to somehow make it work.
Yeah, but it's a dangerous position for both players. Would you agree?
I agree. Yeah, if black gets the a-pawn, the black a-pawn is very close to promotion. White really needs something out of this attack, and if it doesn't quite work out, then there are definitely some dangers for white.
So both players trying to push for the win. The computer likes Hikaru's position, but you can only play like a computer for so long, and until your humanity starts creeping out a little bit. We'll let Hikaru ponder this situation. And let's just briefly stop in with Magnus, because frankly, so many things are happening in that game. This is the last point we were there. And since this point, what has happened? So the rook attacked the bishop moved away. The rook attacked the knight, and Magnus does not capture this pawn, because then there's a double attack against both the knight and the bishop. Instead, Magnus attacks the rook with his bishop. The rook moves away, but then Magnus blocks the rook's intention of attacking the bishop on e6. And here, trades happened. He does get an exclam, the Indian youngster, to begin with. But as we progress into this situation, Magnus getting a brilliant there. But it actually just ends up with Magnus having a nicely placed knight in the center of the board. White's rook is awkwardly placed. The black rook is about to join along the second rank. This looks absolutely awful for white. Why is the computer saying it's almost equal? I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised still. Ooh, the rook that was almost trapped sacrifices itself, because then afterwards, the knight can give a check on the king and attack the rook afterwards. Ooh, but Magnus still has just better placed pieces. And wow, he chooses not to capture the rook, thinking that capturing the rook is going to turn into some kind of long-term torture in which the black knight can jump around and have lots of pressure against the white pieces. I do sympathize with thinking that position was really bad, but after bishop d5, is he trying to win the game? He's attacking the knight. If the knight moves, the rook gets captured without a recapture. But Magnus first defends his knight. He gets another attack against the rook, but the rook moves away. And now if the knight is captured, Magnus actually, this was the idea, that Magnus loses his knight but regains it immediately thereafter. And this is why Magnus has managed to use the trickiness of the position to his advantage. And now he has a rook in trade for, oh, sorry. I'm always hitting X today, in trade of the bishop and the pawn. So Magnus is going to win, and there were quite some fireworks to make it happen.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I think his opponent just blundered. If we look at the clock, his opponent has 35 seconds on the clock and just reached the time control. Here's the thing. The endgame is certainly unpleasant after 38 knight takes a7, but I think objectively this is probably a draw. It's unpleasant, but I think you can hold this. But after bishop d5, it seems like it's just over. I think what he missed is that black indeed just defends the knight. And after knight takes c7, there's no good way to keep defending the knight, but Magnus just gives it up. He goes rook a5, and indeed, in case you take the knight, then there's rook c5. So I think his opponent simply blundered when he was slow on time, and it seems like Magnus is just going to win now. But Jon Ludwig, imagine his opponent had taken on a7 on move 38. I mean, Magnus could have easily dropped another half a point there. Or how?
Yeah, I suppose. I kind of feel like Magnus would have won this, though.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, how would you estimate his chances to win?
I would think he has more than 50% chance to win.
Uh-huh. It does look really unpleasant, I have to admit. But the material is so limited that I would feel that there cannot be any in between here, right? It should be either a win or a draw. Or what do you think?
Yeah, but like if you just play quite sensibly in that. So normally when your opponent has a knight, you want to put your bishop to control all the advancing squares the knight can use. But the computer seems to suggest that if white plays like this, black genuinely is going to be winning this game. Oh no, actually maybe the computer says you can defend. Oh wow. Computer giving this move g4 to sacrifice a pawn and create a problem on the out here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can make a draw, but it was certainly super unpleasant. And the way Magnus managed to kind of keep everything protected was really impressive. So after this bishop to d5, I don't know if Samad thought that he had saved himself due to this threat against the knight, and the rook came to protect, but then the knight attacks the rook, and if the rook keeps the protection, the knight can just continue following the rook. So he must have thought that he had been brilliant in saving himself here, just perpetually attacking the rook, and rook a5 for Magnus. That was a nasty surprise. Seeing that Magnus could give away the knight, but then regain it immediately after using the rook to attack both the bishop and the knight on the same file. So, no, it's difficult playing against Magnus. I feel like Magnus kind of deserves winning this game because Samant, I feel like he became
too passive,
too eager to trade pieces, which just doesn't work against Magnus.
Yeah. In the meantime, by the way, we have more moves in Hikaru's game. After King G8, Hikaru played rook to e1, attacking the queen. And now Paravian played queen to b2. Paravian really accelerating. Again, I think he's thinking on Hikaru's turn. And Hikaru also getting long time with 12 minutes on the clock. I guess 95 is really tempting. As you step the knight in the middle of the board, you attack f7, and you force the rook on c8 to go passive with the move rook f8. And question is, what do we do there, though? What do we do after rook to f8?
I guess you go knight to c4. Basically, you want to keep the pawn on a3, because without it, you run a big risk of losing. And if you go rook to e3, oh yeah, there's also the trouble of the pawn on d4, right?
Right.
So rook e3 protects the pawn on a3, but doesn't do enough to help the pawn in the center. Queen e3, I guess, is a good second option for Hikaru to keep the pawn on a3 protected. But once again, you lose out on the d4 pawn. And you could choose not to go knight to e5, because part of the problem white is facing after knight to e5 is that the knight is no longer protecting in the center. However, if you go queen e3 immediately, that's actually a bigger issue, because then you allow the black rook to... That's why we're trying to force the rook into a passive position, so that it cannot be a contributor down the c file with that pressure against the queen and the pawn on the opposite side. So I'm guessing... Yeah, so sorry. Rook back, defending the white king. That's good. I'm guessing knight e5 to force this rook into passivity. And then... Ooh, actually, look at this suggestion from the computer. Queen to f3.
So
that's clever, because if queen e3 to protect the pawn, then black can go for the queen trade. And in general, a queen trade is good for black, because then it becomes an endgame all about these pawns on the flanks rather than the protection of the king. But
look at this. I don't know if you just wanted to point it out, but after queen f3, if you take on d4 with the queen, then there's knight c6 attacking the queen, and you threaten a fork in e7. So black might think like, hey, I go queen c5 to stop that, but you go knight e7 anyway, because in case black takes, then there's queen takes d5, and if you take the queen is hanging on e7. So and Hikaru makes a mistake. Instead of 95, he goes bishop to a6. I think that's where his time pressure also is starting to kick in.
That was an incredible line, but we don't have time to really delve into the what could have been, because we're going to have to stay current with the game. Bishop to a6. I don't know, Benjamin. I kind of like this move, because we're basically trying to do the same thing as knight to e5, but without leaving the d4 pawn. So we're trying to chase this rook away from its aggressive positioning, and then we can very safely keep everything protected. But and if this rook moves up into attack, then after knight to e5, the king is actually overwhelmed because the rook is unable to be passive and help protect the king. So I kind of like this move. I realized the computer gave it a question mark saying it's a mistake, but I think the moves needed to punish Hikaru are very tricky ones.
Yeah, no, for sure. So I guess it looks very natural to move the rook, but it has its drawbacks, right? The rook has to make a decision. Is it going to stay on the c file or on the 8th rank? If you go, let's say, to f8, I think now we just go, oh, wow, Paravian goes pawn to g5, and the computer seems to think that that is the best move. And now if you move your queen, then there's rook c1.
Wow, amazing move from Paravian. That was the difficult response I was talking about. That's the reason why the computer felt Hikaru's move was a mistake. But where did those nerves go? We talked about him being nervous. We talked about him having horrendous time management. But all of a sudden, he's finding the right moves despite that right move being to push the pawn in front of his king 2 steps forward. And Hikaru can try to exploit that immediately. Like, Hikaru can get his queen into the heart of Black's king position. The problem then being, as you said, Benjamin, the queen no longer controlling the c1 square. So now the rook comes in wanting to make the trade. And if the trade happens, check on the king has to move. Can Paravian then go for the queen trade? Is that his intention? That as long as he gets the queens traded off the board, his rook will be a hero because of this 2 versus 1 situation on the flank?
Good question. Yeah, I wonder, do you think Hikaru missed the move g5 altogether? Or, well, I guess that's not the case, but maybe he underestimated this one. Well, let's find out. Hikaru again is away from the board with only less than 10 minutes 9 at this point for another 11 moves. The position is getting extremely sharp here, and Paravian is locked in. So let's hope that Hikaru will be back at the board soon.
Hikaru is at big risk of losing now.
It's a 3-result game. Yeah. No,
yeah, because Black's plan is very straightforward. You're chasing the queen and you're trying to make sure the queen no longer controls the c1 square so that you may once again start an attack in towards the white king. So, and the sensible move here for Hikaru is queen to e3 to keep that square still under protection. The problem is just that the rook comes in, attacks the queen, and when the queen moves, once again, the rook has access. And if Hikaru ends up losing the pawn on a3, like, his position becomes incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, and we see Hikaru back at the board. All right, I don't know what to make of his expression right now. Like, very often he's making funny faces. Right now, he's looking a little bit okay, he's frowning a little bit. But here's the thing, this move g5 is an unexpected, unorthodox move, and he's not making funny faces, so to speak. There is the headbutt though, but perhaps this move is throwing him slightly off. And I think in the meantime, we can see that Magnus has won in the background.
Magnus has won, so we switched the game over from Magnus's game to Narayanan. I still need to work on that pronunciation, but it is now featuring the player on top of the standings, the Indian Narayanan, who is up a pawn against Abdusattorov of Uzbekistan. But Abdusattorov still has the better position, in my view, because of his superiorly placed king. Anyway, the drama in that endgame is nothing compared to the drama in Hikaru's game right now. And despite having been, I mean, Hikaru was ahead by like 40 minutes, right, in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's down by 2 minutes. Yeah. And we got a bunch of moves at the same time. And this kind of showcases how the players are calculating a lot. And then once they understand their calculations, that both players kind of agree for the path of the game moving forward. Queen f6 moves the queen closer to the black king, seems good, but allows rook to c1. Hikaru couldn't really do anything to prevent that rook from getting involved. Trade between the rooks. Now the queen attacks the king. And I talked about how moving the king away might be a problem, because then Paravian, he can follow the white king with his queen to make sure that the queens are traded. And a queen trade is generally favorable for black here, because then you no longer have to be concerned about the king's safety, considering Hikaru has the queen so close. So instead, Hikaru avoids the queen trade by blocking with his bishop instead. And now I guess queen takes pawn is the obvious move. However, Hikaru is still fighting for the win. However, here knight to e5 attacks the pawn on f7 together with the queen. And when the black queen returns to defense, Hikaru can go with the bishop to attack the rook. And when the rook retreats, the knight together with the queen attacking the pawn on h6. And the computer says this would be a winning method for Hikaru. So, like we said, it's a 3-result game. Hikaru could lose, but Hikaru could also win. Both players have really dangerous plans.
Exactly, yeah. I think Paravian is for certain now going to take an a3, knight e5, a very logical move by Hikaru. And I think once that knight lands on e5, Paravian is just going to have to get rid of it. I think he's going to have to give up his rook with rook takes c5. And let's say Hikaru recaptures with the pawn. I don't see why Paravian cannot play a move like, let's say, queen c1, pinning the bishop on f1 and paving the path for his a-pawn. I think Hikaru might have to settle for a draw here with queen d8, queen f6, and a perpetual check. I don't see how you can keep the game going. And queen takes a3 is on the board. Hikaru is 8 minutes on the clock, but I don't see a way. How can he still complicate the game here?
So you're saying after knight e5, black simply sacrifices their rook, and that's okay?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, black is this massive a-pawn. The bishop on f1 is white's extra piece, but like I said, you can just pin it with like queen c1 or queen b2, a3, a2 seems good enough as well, because I don't see how you can create an effective attack on the black king. And by the way, knight e5 is on the board. I would be surprised. I'd be shocked if Paravian does not just take it with the rook. I think it's just a very straightforward draw.
I definitely don't think it's straightforward. Maybe it's a draw, but straightforward is too much, no? Wow.
But if you go queen f8, you allow knight g4. That looks extremely dangerous. Or bishop c4, the move that you pointed out. Again, I'll be surprised if Paravian does not go for it.
Then I guess Hikaru may be taking back with the queen.
But then let's say queen b2.
And now you're not pinning my bishop.
Yeah, because the bishop cannot really do any damage on the black king. Like, the king can sit on g7, and you cannot attack that g7 square with the light squared bishop. But I guess even maybe queen a1 is fine as well. I don't see how to create problems for black. And he has taken on e5.
Wow. And look at this, Benjamin. Rook takes e5, gets a brilliant That's the kind of moves you have to play to manage to get a draw against Hikaru. You have to play a brilliant move, and that's, I guess that's what it took today.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really fascinating struggle where both players at some point just didn't have a good plan, so it became kind of shadow boxing. But right now, it looks as though Paravian is about to save himself and get a draw here, because of that enormous danger the A4 pawn presents. And we talked about this. I mean, basically after 10 minutes of the game, we were already talking about these black pawns on the queen side, because that's kind of the whole point of this semi-Tarish opening, to get 2 pawns versus 1 on the outer flank, on the opposite side of the board compared to where the kings reside. And Paravian kind of has executed that plan to perfection in the long term, with showcasing how powerful those pawns can be in an endgame. Even though Hikaru has an extra bishop, the computer firmly says, no, this is a draw. And wow, I just looked at the accuracy score in this game is through the roof, despite there having been quite a few complications and attacking ideas. The accuracy for both players is above 97 in the chess.com system.
Yeah, no, I think the only clear mistake that Paravian made was bishop takes e4 that gave Hikaru the advantage, but Hikaru gave it back with the move bishop a6 and after. But besides that, they have been playing very high level chess. Yeah, g5 was a great find by Paravian, and I don't think Hikaru had anything here. Right now, I think we are just headed for a draw. Paravian currently is taking his time after d takes c5. I mean, the game is not over yet, let's not forget. But I think any move just seals the deal here. Queen c1 looks very tempting, pinning that bishop, making sure it can no longer come into the game. And I think if Paravian plays that move, I would not be surprised at all if Hikaru just forces the draw right away instead of waiting for his opponent to push that pawn even further. And looking at Hikaru's camera, it feels like he has already sort of accepted the fact that this game is going to end in a draw.
You think? Like, you can still blunder here, no? Like, queen b2? Oh, no, that's still a draw.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, that I feel like pretty much any move is fine, is good enough for black to draw here.
Wow, you can just give away all the protectors of your king, and it just doesn't matter, because this pawn is so dangerous. And if you try to stop the pawn with the bishop, there's another pawn to attack the bishop and force it out of position.
Mm-hmm.
If you take that pawn, well, then black gets a new queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything for Hikaru here. I think he's headed for a draw, which we've talked about this. Draws with the black pieces, it can happen, but you really have to win with white in an open tournament like this, because this game is going to cost him like 2.5 points.
Rating points.
Rating points, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it depends on, are you looking at your rating or are you looking at the tournament standings, right?
Yeah, well, I guess from both perspectives, right? Right now he will be behind, whereas with a win, he probably would have been paired for the lead. And he still is ahead of Alireza, but only by 0.5 point or something.
Yeah. Do you think the fact, I think based on, so the reason we're now talking about Alireza is because there's a race between Hikaru and Alireza, who has the highest rating come January 1st. The player with the highest rating will be able to play in the candidates tournament, which is the qualifier to a world championship match. Hikaru has the lead, but it's only by 3 points. And like Benjamin now said, if Hikaru is going to lose 2 points with this draw, then yeah, there's not a lot of difference between Alireza and Hikaru. That being said, the question I wanted to ask you, Benjamin, is: do you think it's a big problem for Hikaru that Alireza is the one playing the last tournament of the two of them? So Alireza he is the one who kind of he's going to play the final game of 2023 with the knowledge that if I win this, I'm in the candidates. If I don't win, I'll be behind Hikaru. And having that extra motivation and having, knowing what it takes to make the rating demands, that can be a big advantage.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because also he knows what result he needs, right? He knows whether a win or a draw is enough. Hikaru does not quite know that right now. Whereas, like, let's say he knows that he needs to win points in this tournament. He's probably going to take more risk with the black pieces. Of course, that could backfire, but I certainly do think that it is somewhat to Alireza's advantage, knowing what result he needs. I mean, maybe Hikaru can play another tournament. I guess right now his best chances are the rating spot and the Grand Swiss, right? I guess the FIDE circuit is going to be difficult. Although wait, he did win the American Cup. He did win Norway Chess.
American Cup doesn't count. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, that's right. He is playing this one though, and he's playing Grand Swiss, and then he would need one more. But
in his interviews, Hikaru has been quite firm that he doesn't believe in his chances in the FIDE circuit, which is kind of like calculating all your results throughout 2023, and that he believes he either needs to get the rating spot or be top 2 in the Grand Swiss tournament, which is actually just starting in a week. So you guys can look forward to an amazing October of chess festivities, because right after this tournament in Qatar, Hikaru is going to the Isle of Man outside of, I don't know, Scotland, I would say.
It's
between Scotland, Wales, England, and Ireland, pretty much in between all the Northern Ireland, I mean, all the UK states.
Okay, so Queen C1 on the board. Hikaru is thinking, but yeah, I don't think there's a way to do it. And yeah, he will have to finish in the top 2 in the Isle of Man, which is not going to be easy at all. We see in this tournament that he's struggling a little bit to win a lot of games against these 2600 players, but a Queen D8 check is on the board. King G7 instantly by Paravion, making a lot of sense. You want to keep your king on the dark square because white has that light square bishop. And I think Hikaru is just going to repeat. He probably realizes that there's no way he can ever win here. And if there's no way you can win, then you usually can only lose. And it's probably better than to just make the draw.
But what if you take the pawn and then the black pawn tries to advance and then you go queen to b3? Then you stop the pawn from advancing and you have an extra bishop.
But I go queen a1 and the extra... Yeah, queen a1 and the bishop right now is not doing a whole lot.
So I guess I go g3.
Push.
So I wanted to go king g2 and then bishop to c4 to take the pawn. But I'm realizing that after king g2, worst case scenario, the queen can just sacrifice itself for the bishop to give space for the pawn to follow. So yeah, I'm not getting anywhere here. In fact, I managed to land myself in trouble because I'm also going to lose the pawn in the center of the board.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's also queen b1 for black. So again, I think Hikaru, I think he knows that there's nothing. He seems disappointed, very understandably so. If you have the white piece against someone 200 points lower rated, of course you want to win. But I think there's nothing better than just giving a perpetual here.
Okay. I mean, if the game is about to finish, I guess we'll stick with it to see the result. I'll just briefly, without moving to the other games, I'm gonna check in with. Oh my gosh, Eric Geisy has
Yeah.
4 passed pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, I changed my
We're
mind.
switching to that one. Yeah, no, like
I'm just very briefly to show everyone what on earth is going on. Aragisi has 4 pawns trying to become a new queen. The opponent has 1 pawn about to become a new queen. Aragisi, his opponent could get a new queen here, in which case Aragisi is down a rook and a bishop. But white still wins because you just cannot stop the mass of white's pawns progressing on to become new queens. Wow, that is incredible.
that is beautiful. Yeah. No, yeah, great game by Aragaisi. Great. Yeah, he's definitely gonna win. So Aragaisi will move to 5 out of 6. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see. So Magnus wins. Magnus moves to 4.5 out of 6. Hikaru probably will move to that score as well. Anish, by the way, has won his game. He's on 4 out of 6. Not too far behind. Oh, everything is. Let me see.
Any other big names with interesting results?
I think the game on the first board is probably going to end in a draw between Noirbeck and Narayanan. I don't really see anything happening there.
Gukesh is beating Vaishali.
Okay. I'm sure Pragnanana will be happy to see that result.
That would be sweet, though. Gukesh playing against Pragnananda's sister. Imagine Vaishali, his sister, wins against Gukesh, which makes Pragnananda the #1 Indian player. Imagine if your sister comes to your rescue like that.
But
oh no,
yeah.
Prag is actually still behind Vichy. So
okay.
I guess that wasn't really a thing that could happen.
Yeah, but Gukesh is going to win that one. We have an interesting game between, although I don't think it's that interesting, between Jordan van Foreest and Shimanov. But I think it's about to end in a draw.
Yeah, I think your definition of interesting needs some calibration.
Yeah, an interesting draw. But yeah, Jordan also, he's struggling a little bit to beat these players. I feel like Shimanov is way underrated at 25.66. He used to be 100 points higher rated.
Yeah. So what is our conclusion at the end of all of this? We're gonna have 2 players on 5 points out of 6, and then we're gonna have Hikaru and Magnus and others with 4.5 out of 6.
Yeah, let me check if there's anyone that can join them. I think Sindarov is on 4 points, and he has a very good position with the black piece against Aditya Mittal. So Sindarov could win and join in the lead. I think he will. I think Sindarov will win. He's up a very clean pawn here.
An extra pawn for black. The king is coming in to kick the bishop. And in fact, when the bishop gets kicked, the rook will get kicked by the king next. This king is doing an amazing job getting the white pieces to back out.
Yeah.
And Hikaru does go back with the queen.
Yeah, Hikaru does repeat. So yeah, Paravian quickly goes back with the king. And I think, yeah, looking at Hikaru, he's just processing this result. Before he was looking to the side, I don't think he was thinking too much about the position on the board, but probably thinking like, where did I go wrong? Where did I miss my chance? And probably it was that move bishop a6 that threw away the advantage. So disappointing result, but it's not the end of the world. That being said, I do think that he is going to have to try harder with the black pieces.
So you think now with the black pieces, he has to go for it. He has to be super aggressive.
Not necessarily, well, not necessarily super aggressive, but he will need a better game plan than what he has shown before. Because especially against Vokhidov, it didn't quite work out his way, as he just got a slightly worse position with really very limited chances to ever win. I like better what he had against Sindarov, but then the game quickly petered out as well. So it's tough. It's tough against these 26, 50.
Well, Sindarov just
GMs.
had no ambition, right? Sindarov just wanted a draw from the moment the game started. Like when you're Hikaru, how do you play with the black pieces if your opponent has no ambition?
I mean, I do feel so. This is an interesting discussion. So when you're Hikaru and you play with the black pieces against a 2600 GM, I feel like even if the opponent wants to make a draw, he should find a way to create chances for himself. I don't feel like someone like myself or someone like us should be able to always make the draw with Hikaru if we want to. But what is your opinion?
Well, I mean, I am generally of the opinion that a white player who wants a draw should always be able to make the draw, regardless of who their opponent is.
Even against Magnus?
I have gotten to test this a couple of times, and I've figured out that's not always the case. There have been a couple of times I had the white pieces against Magnus, and I thought, oh, I want to force a draw. I want to just be an annoying little brat and just get the draw with the black pieces, with the white pieces, because people don't, the mainstream doesn't understand how big of a difference it is being white and black. So when you're like a jerk and just go for the draw with white, mainstream media in Norway at least, they're just going to be like, oh, Hammer made a draw with Carlson, and not really discuss the fact that I was a bit of a jerk trying to force the draw.
Well, but a couple of things. I don't think you're necessarily a jerk doing that, because it's not a bad strategy, right? Magnus, you could provoke him to take too much risk, and then you could win. Very often, that's how strong players lose. But you said that you've also failed at that strategy, so that goes to show that I feel like a player should not necessarily be able to get a draw at will, even with the white pieces against players like Hikaru. I feel like he should be able to create chances, because he's a much better player than the players he's drawn.
Yeah. Well, he has played the Sicilian now a couple of black games in a row. So I do feel like he's showing ambition in that regard. And maybe as being a bit, well, his opening against Vokhidov I thought was really, really bad. But then his opening against Sindarov I think worked out pretty well. So I don't know. He still has very good chances to win the tournament, in my opinion. Hikaru's going to be half a point behind the leaders, but with 3 rounds remaining, I mean, there's plenty of time to take back those half points. The one concern maybe I have is that tomorrow Hikaru's going to have the black pieces and Magnus is going to have the white pieces. And Magnus waking up, managing to fight his way back to the same score as Hikaru, that's a big threat if you want to win the tournament. I'm seeing a couple of questions in chat. Who's going to be Hikaru's next opponent? And is he going to play Magnus? We don't know who Hikaru will face until all the games have finished. Hikaru will face someone who has the same amount of points as him. That's how the system works. That, if you're leading the tournament, you play someone else who's also has that same amount of points in the lead. And if you're doing really poorly, you play against someone else who's doing really poorly. So Hikaru will play someone on the same amount of points as him. He's on 4.5 out of 6. But the concrete player he will face will not be known until well, in a couple of hours. However, Magnus, who does have the same amount of points as Hikaru, will not be Hikaru's opponent. And we can say that for certain because the system, I don't know how to explain this in the best way, but the system kind of makes sure that it's not a random drawing in the point group. And because Magnus and Hikaru are so much higher rated than the rest of the guys on 4.5 points, they are not going to be paired against each other because some would consider that to be kind of unlucky. I don't really know. What is your opinion on this, Benjamin? Like, would a pairing system where you just completely disregard ratings and just pair anyone on the same point group, would that be interesting? Do you think that could be a way of doing things?
I feel like the Swiss system and pairing based on rating makes a lot of sense. I guess you could make the argument that you pair based on tiebreak, right? Like pairing based on book holes. But then you might get the situation where somebody wins the tournament without playing any strong players. So I do feel like the Swiss system has been around for a long time, and I think it makes a lot of sense that the strong players will only play each other when they are on a lot of points, and that they will.
Yeah, but we want to
likely...
see a matchup with Hikaru and Magnus. The fact that I can sit here and say with certainty that they are not going to be playing each other, like I think that's a bit of a pity. And the more I think about this, if we had just done random pairings on the same amount of points, it means that we could make a lot more action about the next round, right? We could have like a ceremony where the next round is being drawn out of, you know, Champion League style buckets or however you want to do it.
Yeah, I guess that does make some sense, but I feel like if we would also want to see, let's say, Magnus versus Hikaru in the last round, right, as a big finale. So, yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, but that could still happen if Magnus and Hikaru are the only players on, say, 6 points out of 8. Then, you know, if they're the only 2 players, then there's not going to be a drawing of lots. They're just going to play each other, right? So that could still happen, but we would have the chance of them playing against each other in every round. One of the problems of this potentially could be that it would implement more RNG in chess, in that, especially for the first round, you can be very unlucky about who you face. And some of your rivals could be really lucky. Like if you're the number 1 rated player and you face number 2 in round 1, and then number 3 guy faces number 270, like that could be a bit of a mismatch. But as long as a tournament such as this Qatar Masters, as long as they have tie breaks deciding who's in first place at the end of the day, and tie breaks in that you play a match after the tournament. I don't know. I feel like that could be interesting. I want to say that I am very much someone who believes that we need to challenge some of the long-term truths of organized chess. So this is the opinion of a man who also believes we should ban the draw offer and consider for top tournaments where the players are invite only. I believe we also should ban resignation. So if you agree with me, you're agreeing with a crazy guy. So just keep that in mind.
By the way, it seems like Hikaru is here to join us for an interview. So let's see if we can let him in. All right. Oh, wait. Hello, Hikaru. How's it going?
Hey, it's going okay. How about yourself?
We're doing all right. So yes, somewhat of a disappointing result, I guess we could say, with the white pieces against Paravian. What are your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, I mean, first things first. It was not my day. I know the moves look pretty good, but if you look at my time usage and frankly all the different things that I miscalculated along the way, I was not having my best day. I know the moves ultimately at the end of the day look pretty decent from me, but there were a lot of things that I miscalculated throughout the game. I guess where to start? I mean, obviously from the get go. I mean, I played something a little bit unusual in the semi Taraj.
So quick
With like
question: did the semi Taras surprise you, and up until what point were you in your preparation?
Yeah, I mean, I had looked at it a little bit yesterday. I was kind of expecting something different. So I kind of made it up on the fly when I saw that Pravian was moving so fast. I mean, D5 I believe is the best move here, but I think it's very straightforward. So I decided to kind of make it up as I went along. With Bishop D3 and this whole Queen F4 thing. I mean, I don't think it was particularly great. I don't think it was terrible either. But all this stuff was pretty good up until like the somewhere around. Okay, keep going. H3, yeah, rook E3. Somewhere around here when he played A5, he used 40 minutes. I had this 40-minute time advantage, and I would say somewhere from here on out, I just kind of like my time usage and my calculation were both just completely out of sync. Like rook B1, I used 10 minutes, I think. Yeah, like rook B1 is a move I should have played in 30 seconds. I should not have used 10 minutes to play rook b1, and then every move from here on forward, it was terrible. Like again, 10 minutes to play a through, and this is my first instinct after like 30 seconds. Again, very very bad time usage. And he played king f8, which I kind of was. I really wasn't sure what was going on basically in this middle game. I couldn't really tell. So then like he played king f8, which I wasn't expecting. I went bishop b5, queen c2, which I was also confused by. I thought he was going to play rook a8. So like all his moves were moves I wasn't expecting basically from here on out. Like I played rook e1 and then he played bishop e4, and I was just I was confused by everything basically. Because I wasn't expecting any of this. And like here, I think I used way too long also, right? Did I take right away or not? Yeah, I mean, I used 5 minutes. I should have taken in 30 seconds again. I mean, I think if I save a little bit of time here or there, maybe I could have come up with the right solution a little bit later on in the game. Because basically my time usage was bad, but then also right here, yeah, I played queen f4, that's fine. But yeah, then here I used like forever to play rook e1. And I mean, the thing is, like, literally for like 5 minutes, I was just going to play knight e5, which I think loses to f5 immediately, right? Or not? I mean, yeah, I mean, it just loses. Like, I literally thought for like 5 minutes, for like 5 minutes, I was going to go knight e5, and I'm looking like rook f8 and f6, and suddenly I realized, like, oh, wait, he can just go f5 even. And then as soon as that happens, like, mentally, I'm in a very, very bad place. Because after that, it's like I'm very shaky because I don't want to just make a one-move blunder and lose the game. So yeah, I mean, rook e1 at the end of the day was correct, but then like yeah, after queen b2, like time is already even. I already have basically very nearly just lost the game to a one move blunder, and I mean, I guess knight e5 is what I should have played because knight e5 rook f8 rook d1 apparently is very good. I mean, I just kind of didn't. I assumed that the pawns were coming on the queen side, and I just kind of I was just worried after what had happened like 2 moves before. So yeah, and I did see knight c6, which apparently is also very good, but it's only good because after queen a3, there's apparently some queen e4 trick with this knight e7 idea or something. But again, like if I don't see queen e4 and I didn't see it, like the only move I saw was queen c7. Like queen c7, I think is it yeah, rook e8, queen b6. And then I think was it like queen d6 or something, or queen c3. Like I don't know what it was, but like I wasn't really sure what was going on, kind of, and I didn't want to like end up in a situation where I could end up losing the game. So yeah, I mean it wasn't very good, but you know, it's what it is, and yeah, I mean bishop a6 forced him to go g5, and then I think it was just a draw after that, basically. I think
did you miss g5?
No, I mean, but the thing is, I didn't see the strength of rook d1. So if you think about it, if I don't see the strength of the rook d1 idea, and all I see is knight e5, rook f8, knight c6, queen a3, and I don't see something conclusive, then it's very hard to play. Again, if I have an extra 10 or 15 minutes, like I should have had, because I should have played a couple of these moves instantly, then maybe I could have used the time and figured it out. But considering I spent all that time just blundering F5 and luckily not throwing the game there, it's very hard to reset yourself. Very, very difficult. And then, of course, I've already lost the whole time advantage by this point as well. And Black's move should objectively be easier. He takes the pawn, tries to push the A pawn, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm the one who has to come up with a plan, not my opponent. So, yeah, I mean, I guess on one hand, it's a big disappointment. But on the other hand, considering that I think today I was not there for whatever reason, I can't be too unhappy about it.
Do you think the rest day? So there was no game yesterday. Do you think that kind of disturbed your rhythm?
I don't think it was that much. I just didn't have a lot of energy. And I wasn't calculating well today. I mean, I don't think it's like the flow of like not having had a game. It's just sometimes in a tournament, your brain isn't working. And I very much felt like today my brain was not working. And I kind of was a little bit out of it. So perhaps, I mean, the rest day killed the momentum on one hand, but on the other hand, I mean, I think it's just I just didn't have it. It's just that simple.
Normally I have a lot of questions, but I'm not sure I have that today. We were actually, if you may permit me to indulge in some of my own chess politics views, we just had a discussion as you were coming on whether or not you could play Magnus tomorrow, and I had to let chat know that there's no chance of you playing Magnus despite you having the same amount of points, because that's not how the system works. And we started talking about whether or not it's correct that ratings affect pairings, and maybe you should just make a drawing of lots between everyone who's on the same amount of points. Do you have any views on such a concept?
Well, I mean, we have our ratings for a reason, though, right? I mean, at the end of the day, there's a reason Magnus is the #1 seed and I'm the #2 seed in the tournament. Like, if we're going to disregard the ratings altogether, I mean, I think that kind of defeats the purpose of having ratings to begin with in a tournament. So I find it.
But why should ratings influence pairings?
Well, because we have a high rating. We should get advantages, no? I mean, there should be an advantage. Like, I mean, for example, I mean, if like let's just assume, I guess, that Narayanan wins or something like that. That means Magnus is gonna. Well, maybe Magnus doesn't float up because there's someone above him. But I'm assuming that one of us floats up to play against the top player, and then like, I mean, it feels like there should be an advantage. If there's no advantage to being the highest rated player in the tournament, then what's the point of what's?
Well, you get to be #1 in the world or #3 in the world.
I do feel like Hikaru makes a good point, and especially it's most obvious that you have an advantage. Let's say in the World Cup, right? Where
no, but I mean,
a good example, player, you play against
you guys. Stop. But you guys, like, a good example is you look at basketball, for example. I'll use NBA, not college. I know someone put college, but like, if you play the whole season in the NBA and you're the #1 seed, you should play the weakest seed. I mean, you shouldn't have the #1 seed playing against the #2 seed in the first round of the NBA playoffs. Same goes for baseball, any other sport, or even frankly the World Cup of soccer/football. I mean, like, there's a reason that you play the whole season to get that #1 seed. And in chess, I think it's the same way. Like, why does Magnus play all these tournaments? I play all these tournaments to get our ratings to where they're at. I mean, we should get some kind of advantage, right? I mean, like, it just, to me, it seems like chess isn't anything different than any other major sport. It's like, Magnus plays the tournaments, he does very well, beats me, beats Anish, whomever it might be. Like, he's accumulated his rating. Like, that rating has to count for something at the end of the day. So, well, to me, I guess it seems kind of weird.
I guess my argument is that a knockout system would be different in terms of then if both the best players make it through the knockouts, they will play against each other. Whereas in a Swiss tournament, there's a chance that you guys will just never face off against each other, and that you never actually had a chance of facing off against each other because your ratings are so similar. So I guess the reason I brought this up to begin with is because I want to see you play against Magnus. That's what everyone wants to see. And I would like to increase the likelihood of that happening.
Okay, I mean, I understand your point, but I would also make the argument that since we are the two highest rated players, we should be towards the end of the tournament. We should be in the top. We should be some of the top seeds or near the very top of the standings. So we should play anyway. Like if we perform according to our ratings, we are going to play at the end of a tournament normally. I'm just saying in a normal world, Magnus is probably leading this tournament after 6. Like Magnus and I should be somewhere near the top 3 or top 4 in the standings because we are the number 1 and number 2 seeds by rating. So we should probably play anyway. I mean, if we're performing below our ratings, I mean that just means we suck at chess. I mean, so I don't actually. To me, it's kind of weird to suddenly. I mean, to just randomly pair. But honestly, I think in the old days before computers, even I think there were times that like there were manual like little cue cards. I mean, of course, or index cards. I mean, no one who's watching knows what those even are anymore. But like you'd have the index cards and with the players and who they played, and you would manually come up with the pairings. And I think back then maybe it would have made more sense. But now considering that it's 2023 and we have we have computers and technology, it's it's kind of odd to me to just draw from a hat.
Okay. Magnus won today quite easily. Did you follow his game?
I didn't look at it closely. I mean, I saw he got an endgame that was a little bit favorable. I mean, he mainly was pushing his opponent around on the clock, is what it felt like. His opponent wasn't able to be accurate. Got into an endgame which just didn't look all that wonderful, and seemed pretty clean for Magnus. So, I mean, it's not too surprising. It's not too surprising, but I would also say that one of the things is that, this isn't like luck per se. But a lot depends on your opponents and sort of the style they play. I feel very much like Magnus's opponent today. He played e4. He was in the mood to try and be aggressive. And if your opponent's always going to be aggressive, I think it's very easy to just play your game and go with the flow. The problem is when your opponent desperately wants to draw you and be as boring as possible. So if your opponent wants to play interesting chess, then I think it's not that big of a deal, whichever color you have.
But my impression of Magnus's opponent was that the Samants just wanted to trade queens and try and play an end game against Magnus, which I feel like maybe is not a great strategy.
Well, I mean, it's not a dead end game. That's the problem. It's not dead. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's not dead at all here because you have this A5, A4, C3, E4. Like, it's not dead. So I think it was probably a poor decision from his opponent to trade the queens. But again, like, I mean, expecting perfect play is not going to happen, as we've seen for many games.
Yeah, I don't really have anything much more. Do you have something you would like to get off your chest, Hikaru? Or maybe I want to show you the Erigaisi game. I guess maybe not used to.
Sure. I mean, not a whole lot. Oh, what? It's got all those pawns on the queen side. What the heck?
Yeah, that was pretty epic. Yeah.
Erigaisi sacrificed his knight to capture 3 queenside pawns, and then he later also gave up his rook.
Nice, very nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's. I mean, there's so many strong players in this tournament that that's not too surprising to see. But it's good to see Arjun doing well, actually. So I feel like of the Indian juniors, he's probably the one who I think has had the worst results in recent times. So I mean, it's good to see him doing well.
Right, and Hikaru, after this round, we'll probably have Arjun, Narayanan, and Sindarov, who is probably going to win his game, I predict, in the league with 5 out of 6. You're in a pack of players on 4.5. What are your thoughts about the tournament so far and about the upcoming 3 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I think today, of course, it's a disappointment. I wouldn't say the result itself is that disappointing. More the fact that I didn't feel like I was playing great chess today. I missed a lot of basic tactics. I mean, of course, it could be worse. I could have played that 95 move. Paravian plays F5. I lose the game, and then tonight I'm streaming Title Tuesday, and I just don't care about the tournament anymore. So. Obviously it could be much worse, but certainly considering that I feel like most of the other games I've actually kept it together and I played pretty well throughout the games. It's today makes me not as happy about it, but at the end of the day, it's still a long tournament, and I think one round isn't going to decide it. So if I play well in the next couple of games, I think I have a chance. But again, it's a long tournament. There's still three more games. Obviously, there are no easy pairings at this point in the event, so we'll just take it one day at a time.
And what are your chances of playing Title Tuesday tonight?
I think it depends on the pairing that I get. I would say the chances are fairly low. Objectively, I'd say they're fairly low. But it probably depends who I play tomorrow, is what I would say. It depends who I play. I mean, if I get a double white, I think there's a very good chance we'll play Title Tuesday. If I get black, we'll see who the pairing is against and go from there. But I haven't decided either way.
Yeah, I thought I was laughing for a second because I thought about pairing in Title Tuesday, but of course you meant the pairing.
But actually, let me say one other thing though. I actually like on a different topic. For me, of course, it's quite different, to like whether I want to play or not. But I actually have to say I was like highly disappointed to see that Nihal Sarin played in the bullet brawl on Saturday, because like at least for like the players who are aspiring to do something in chess, players like Nihal specifically, to go and stay up and play like a random bullet tournament with like a very minimal prize fund when Nihal's trying to like he's around his 2700 mark trying to get his rating up. I was just kind of shocked by that, and I think he drew the next game very, very quickly, if I'm not mistaken. So I was kind of shocked to see Nihal playing bullet brawl, because like I mean it's a slot fest. When you're playing a serious tournament like this, I just don't know why you would play that. So I was kind of shocked that he did that. And it seemed like he got punished the next day because he drew, I think, a 2400 or something. But I mean, you kind of have to figure it out. But for me, a lot is going to depend on the pairing in terms of whether I stay up and play or don't play.
So when would Title Tuesday be your local time?
Title Tuesday starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, so that's like midnight here. So I'm usually still awake at midnight. So yeah, I mean I might play. I don't know yet if I'll play. I think a lot depends on the pairing and everything else. And whether I feel awake or not awake at that point. But we'll see.
A lot has been said. I don't know about in chess circles, but in Norway, there's a lot of focus about sleep. And it's, of course, very dependent on the fact that Magnus, after interviews and in post-game interviews, and especially when he doesn't do very well, he often says, "Oh, I didn't sleep well." And that has become like a talking point for that sleep is actually one of the key indicators of performance. And now that you brought up both Sarin playing tournaments and then maybe giving up some sleep to do that, and that you would consider playing Title Tuesday, even though it starts at midnight, I guess my question is, how many hours of sleep do you get during a tournament, and would you have liked to sleep more?
Well, the funny thing is, I got more sleep last night than I've gotten any other night of the tournament, and I think I played my worst chess today. So I don't actually know if that's always true. I do feel like in general, like with me, it's more about the quality of the sleep than the actual amount that I get. Because like last night, I got like 9.5 hours, which is far more than I usually get, and so like I got way more than usual, but it wasn't peaceful. It wasn't great. So I was having very strange dreams. So that when I compare that with like the other nights when I was getting maybe like 7.5 hours, but I think some of the sleep was just better. It's hard to judge. I mean, I think sleep matters, but I think the most important thing is that you play good moves and you don't let your mind wander off into these random you don't let your mind wander off into having random doubts, because as soon as the doubts creep in, whether it's like you miss a tack in a game, whether your opponent's playing around with his hand or his watch or whatever it might be, like when you let those doubts creep in, I think that you're already going in the wrong direction. Even today, for example, with myself, as soon as I miss this 95 F5 tactic, like my mind is like, don't blunder, don't lose. Like already I'm off center. And so I think it's the most important thing is you just play good moves and don't let all those stuff get in your head. But also, I mean, because people are asking me some questions. I mean, I see in chat like I haven't been following the U.S. Championship super closely. I mean, I did stream yesterday, so I did talk about it a little bit. I think Fabiano's played pretty well. I think on average, when I look at the U.S. Championship, I feel like Fabiano's played pretty well. I don't really feel like anybody else has. I mean, Mishra was very good, I would say, up until yesterday's game, which was a complete train wreck. But other than Fabiano and Mishra, I really haven't felt like the play has been all that great. I feel like Wesley's play has been way below average. I mean, he got this very lucky win against Robson, a game that he was getting completely demolished in. If he loses that game, his result is very bad. I mean, Dominguez maybe has been okay. Levon has been anything but inspired, and I know he won yesterday. But I would say in the US Championship, I feel like Mishra has played some inspired chess. Fabiano has played well, and after that, I think it's just like kind of Everybody's been okay, but it has not been high quality chess in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That means Fabiano is charging ahead, maybe soon back above 2,800. You have this rating goal in terms of staying ahead of Firouzja to qualify for the World Championship in time. But do you also feel like you have a rating rivalry against Fabiano in order to be the number 2 player in the world? Does it matter to you whether you're the number 2 behind Magnus?
No, I mean it doesn't matter anymore. You know, that's how the times have changed, honestly. I think if you were to go back, let's just go in the time machine like 2019. If Fabiano was having this result, it's the end of the world for me. And what I mean by that is that yes, at that time, trying to be the number 1 American rated player was a very, very big deal for me. And I think also there was one tournament very specifically, the Singfield Cup. I don't know if it was the year that Fabiano was just crushing everyone, or if it was one year after. But one of those 2 years, I just started losing a lot of games, and I felt like I was the number 1 spot in the US was slipping away from me. And so I would say, like, if we were to go back in time, yeah, it would have been the end of the world. But nowadays, I mean, I'm playing chess for fun. I mean, I know a lot of people don't believe it, and they can have their own opinions. But you know, if I play well, good things happen. And considering all the success I've had in streaming and everything else, I mean, it's like winning the lottery, frankly. So I would not, I don't really worry too much about being number 1 rated American player or number 2 in the world. If I am, it's nice and all, but it doesn't really matter that much. And I think, you know, for Fabiano, he's very clearly, I would say, I mean, let's just say I think I can compete with him, but I would say if you look at all the other top American players, I don't think any of them are on the same level that he's at in the current times. And Fabiano also has the second highest rating of all time, I believe, as well. Or maybe Gary's higher. Right? Maybe Gary's higher than Fabiano. I don't know what it's at, but at any rate, the point is, I mean, he has a really high rating. So I mean, I think it's good to see him back in form and near. I guess near his, I mean, rating wise, not near his peak, obviously, but I feel like he's playing around a 2,800 level. So, I mean, it's good to see at the end of the day.
So Fabiano had a big slump. He almost, I think, I think he did fall out of the top 5. I'm not sure how far away he was from falling out of the top 10, but it was clearly visible that he was not playing up to his own standards, like post-pandemic thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
And my question was going to be, what was my question going to be?
It's about Fabiano, probably.
Probably.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, Fabiano nearly fell out of the top 10. I mean, obviously, in the candidates, I mean, I guess what I would say about Fabiano is I think there are 2 things. I think when he played the candidates, he mistakenly, like pretty much everybody else, thought that Magnus was full of baloney, and that he had to finish in first place to qualify for a match. And I think that's the first thing. And I think the second thing is, like, even after that, when Magnus chose not to play, I think Fabiano had some bad results after that, because then it's like, what the heck did I just do in this tournament? He could have coasted and finished second, but he thought that he had to finish first. And I think for Fabiano, having that in his mind, that he could have probably coasted to a second place finish and had a match against Nepo. And then when you combine that with the fact that Fabiano was doing commentary on the match, and I know Fabiano was thinking that, like, what did I do? I would have won if I had played Nepo. I don't think any of that really helped with Fabiano's mental situation, but obviously he's a great player, and as the famous saying goes, you know, it's what form is temporary, class is permanent. And I think that's very true. Whether you look at Fabiano, whether you look at myself from back when I was 27-30 to where I'm at today, I mean, it's like you can't keep someone down. Fabiano's not like 50. He hasn't just suddenly forgotten how to play chess.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy I forgot my question, because that was some really interesting insights. In the meantime, I actually remembered where I was going to move that. because Fabiano has also started doing content creation. You mentioned he did commentary on the Nepo match and was maybe a bit grumpy that he could have been in the match and he could have won the match. But he is kind of following in your lead as in terms of, diversifying and doing more than just playing. Do you think that Fabiano trying to do his podcast has made his mentality more similar to yours in terms of easing some of the pressure to have other things going on as well?
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily believe that, because obviously for Fabiano and Christian, they do the C-Squared podcast, but for them that's more of a casual hobby. It's not something that they're doing it as a job. Let's just say like it's a way to make a little bit of cash on the side from the hustle. So I don't know necessarily if that's changed his mentality, but I think for Fabiano, the main thing is like adjusting to the realities of a world where Magnus is not competing for the world championship in classical chess probably has helped a lot. I think when Fabiano, of course I can't speak for him, but my guess is that for Fabiano, for a while he was probably very bummed after the candidates and then seeing the quality of the play in the world championship match. But I think probably at some point he realized it's just like, wait a second, I'm obviously still just as good as I always was, but I legitimately have a chance at becoming world champion now. Because at the end of the day, I mean, he did draw Magnus in 12 games. He did not lose that match in classical chess. So it's probably just a general mind shift, but it is possible, of course, that doing a podcast and having these other things could have helped him. It's always possible.
Right. And Hikaru, we know that after this tournament, you're going to play in the Isle of Man. I guess for the rating spot, you're mostly competing with Ali Reza Fallujah, who will also be in Isle of Man, correct? And Fallujah will also play, the Sinquefield Cup towards the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see yourself playing another tournament before the end of the year if you are behind Fallujah for the rating spot?
No chance. I mean, it's these two tournaments and that's all there is to it. I mean, again, if you hear what I say, like I don't make this stuff up. So basically, I think what I would say about this is there are a few things. Like my whole perspective of everything changed a lot around the time of the World Cup, because as everybody knows, obviously there was a match with Magnus that was supposed to happen at the same time as the FIDE World Cup. So essentially, I think even towards the end of Norway chess, I don't have the exact dates in my mind, but I was under the impression I'd be playing that match. So if I was playing that match, there was no way that I was ever going to get 4 tournaments to try and qualify for the candidates. But then that match obviously got postponed from August to November, and we of course know what happened from there. But when that got postponed, that meant that I played the World Cup. So then suddenly the possibility of playing 4 tournaments and maybe qualifying for the candidates became a very real thing. I would still say, however, that there was a very good chance I wouldn't have gotten 4 tournaments, except that this filming thing that I had in Morocco also got canceled at the same time there's the Qatar Masters. Because basically, what would have happened is that if I wasn't playing here, I was in Morocco doing the filming project, is that probably I would have played Isle of Man still, and then I would have had to like organize some like random event in like Charlotte or somewhere, like a 7-round event, and just play like Dania a few times or something. Again, I don't know the specifics of how that would work, but that's probably what I would have done. But now with me playing the Qatar Masters and Isle of Man, that gets me the 4 tournaments. So either I make it or I don't make it. That's the way I feel about it. If after Isle of Man, let's just say my rating is like 2775 and Ali Rez's rating is 2776 or something, and he's playing in Sinquefield Cup, I'm not going to go play another tournament. I'll either make it or I won't make it based off of these 2 tournaments, because of course I have a real job that I have to get back to.
Okay.
I mean, you guys might feel differently because obviously I'm paying you to do commentary. So for you guys, you'd rather that I play Return Under the Sun.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day,
come on, Hikaru.
But at the end of the day, I mean, actually, you know what I would say on that topic is that
don't you want to be a world champion? Come on.
Right, exactly.
You can always stream. You can stream when you're 50, but you can only become world champion in like this right. The next 5 years.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, I also feel like I don't know if I've actually played more chess this year than I played last year. But I do feel like I've played a lot of chess, and it could just be like that there haven't been big breaks between all the different tournaments. But I do feel a little bit burned out, like I've just played too much chess this year. So I mean, if I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. But I have, you know, I have to stream. I have other things going on. You know, I have a wife and things like this. So, yeah, it's what it is.
Everyone wants you to be world champion, Hikaru. I mean, look at the chat. I mean, chat, do you want Hikaru to
Exactly.
stream more, or do you want him to be world champion? Let's see what the chat thinks.
Yeah.
And
No, I know what chat's gonna say. Yeah, it's again, I don't think it's even so much about turns. It's just that I feel like I feel like I've played too much somehow. I just feel it's not like I don't feel like I can't still play at a high level, but I feel like I played too much chess. And I just feel it just feels like I've done too much. And if I can't make it from these two tournaments, that's just life at the end of the day. But you know, I will say they're you know, if we're talking about FIDE for a second, first of all, I think it's an absolute disgrace that the American Cup did not count for the circuit or for as a qualifying tournament or whatever it might be. I think that's absolutely unacceptable, and I really hope that FIDE rectifies that. But secondly, I also think it's absolutely unacceptable that FIDE is basing the rating off of one rating on January 1st. Because, like, for example, you look at the American Cup, the reason it doesn't count is because they're worried about a situation like with what happened with Ding Liren. A lot of people complained he played a bunch of games in China to get the activity requirement. So is there a way of trying to get rid of that? But then to base the rating off of one rating list on January 1st instead of using an average of the 12 months also opens everything up to possible like collusion or you know, people trying to get one last tournament in to get the rating up a little bit. Like, you know, I could, you know, if I play some random match against Daniel, like I play 4 games and I beat him 4 games in Charlotte, like I don't know if that counts or doesn't count, but like I could do that theoretically, and that gets me to like 2790 or whatever it is. And I feel like the fact that the system can still be gamed, it speaks volumes that like they tried to close loopholes, but then they opened other loopholes. And I think it's just very, 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 very bad by FIDE and very short-sighted. They didn't think about these things.
You think you'll beat Danya 4-0? Are you?
I mean, I'm not saying I will, but I'm using an example like of someone like, let's just say I go play I don't know, like let's play Hans Niemann. I beat him 4-0. Same thing. Like I'm just using an example of players. Like it's not. I mean, it's not player specific. Just an example. That at the end of the day, it's just you know, it's just one of those things where I feel like there still are possibilities for people to play around and take advantage of the system. And I just don't think it's right that it's based off of one rating. Because literally, like I mean, like at the end of the year, if I'm behind Farouja by 2 points, I mean, I could probably go play like one tournament in Las Vegas in the National Open or something, win one game or play the first 2 rounds, play against 2400s, beat them both games, and like I'm done. And I mean, maybe I get the rating spot, something like that. So I mean, it seems both of those things seem very, very questionable to me. Very, very questionable. I don't think FIDE thought it through.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I think that's a perfect example.
Counting is just very, very weird.
Right, but I think what I'm saying, like, I mean, I don't know if that's possible. I mean, I'm not going to do it, of course, but like, you know, if I play this tournament, I play Isle of Man, I have 4 tournaments, and then I go play National Open in December in Vegas or something, win the first 2 games against like 2450s or whatever it might be, and then just drop out of the tournament and get the rating spot. And I mean, I don't know if I can do that, but like again, the fact that I'm even discussing it speaks volumes about how the system is not working the way that it should.
Yeah,
would
so
you want Hikaru to do that to get into the candidates?
I mean, I wouldn't do it. It's just it's beneath me. Let's put it that way. But still, the fact that it's possible is just not great. And I think I could do it. Actually, just to be clear, I think it's very possible that I could do that. Like if I'm behind by 1 point after the Sinquefield Cup, which ends like first week of December, like I could probably go play the National Open, play 2 rounds, and just drop out of the tournament. So yeah, I think the fact that these scenarios even exist, it just shows that FIDE doesn't know what they're doing.
Well, I guess in some ways, I'm interpreting your point as being there will always be ways to manipulate the system. So they're eliminating a top class tournament to eliminate kind of one way of working the system is just nonsense when there's so many other ways to do it.
Well, but again, like if you look at the rating spot, I mean, this is not something revolutionary for probably the last 10 years, at least. When I don't know how many years they've had a rating spot available, but it's always been based off of an average. It's always been based off an average rating, not off of one rating list randomly. So, I mean, I don't know how long it's been. I'm not a historian or anything, but I feel like it's probably been the last decade when there's been a rating spot available for the candidates. It's been based off the average from January through December. That's always how it's worked. So it's not like this is not some new thing. It's not like this is out of this world. They just decided to make it off one rating list, which again is just very, very bizarre to me. It's very, very bizarre.
Mm-hmm. And I mean,
Okay.
you still do have an outside chance, let's say, with the FIDE circuit, right? Like, let's say you do well in this tournament, let's say you do well in Isle of Man, then there is the world, like, and let's say you win both the World Rapid and the World Blitz Championship. I guess that could give you a chance.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically it's possible, but for me, like I figure, you know, if I play well in these two tournaments, like if I finish strong here and I do well in Isle of Man, like I'll make it off that or I won't make it off that. That's how I look at it. I don't really worry about the FIDE circuit or any of those things. It's just either I'll make it here, not here, sorry, obviously I can't make it here, but either I'll make it after Isle of Man or I won't make it, and that's all there is to it. But I mean, like. Yeah, now that I said that I'm not going to do it, it tempts me to, like, if I'm in that situation, you know, in December or something, to do it. But I would say that overall, I mean, I feel like it's on these two tournaments. I'll either make it from these two tournaments, or I won't make it from these two tournaments, and it's just that simple.
But Ding ended up becoming world champion through that path, and we know that you can become world champion, Hikaru. We believe in you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's possible, but as I've said many times, like, you know, it's not my main focus. If I can play well and compete with the top players, I'm very happy with that. That's also why when you asked the question about Fabiano, as I said, like 4 or 5 years ago, I mean, Fabiano like crushing the U.S. Championship, blowing away the field, it would have been the end of the world for me. But now it just doesn't matter, because I won the real game. Let's put it that way. So it doesn't matter anymore. So for me, yeah, like if I make it or become world champion, that's nice and fine. But honestly, you know, I think when I look at the bigger picture, you know, I think the impact that I've made with like streaming and honestly, like playing this tournament here, for example, there's so many of these kids that I see that I've played online, like, you know, in the tens or hundreds of games. I've mentioned many of them, you know, Hanian, Pranav, Makarian, Pranesh. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Like I feel like, you know, I don't need to be world champion to have made my mark. So it's all just gravy on top. If I do it, that's great. But, you know, I think my legacy or the impact I've had is already it's pretty secure.
The fans do want you to become world champion, but yeah, no, I mean, either way, of course, yeah, you've had a great career both as a chess player and as a streamer, and yeah,
he's not dead yet, Benjamin.
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
why?
I mean,
But Hikaru started talking like he, yeah.
No, but
What's
I'm
wrong
just
with
saying,
that?
like that's the thing. Like I'm just saying though, like when I play here, it sort of it makes me realize though, because like there are a lot of these kids that, like, you know, you play these random people online, 10 games, 20 games, whatever it might be, but like you kind of like you can't really attach a face to the name really. And then here, like, of course, I see all these kids who are playing the tournament, and it's just a reminder that like the experiences they get from playing against me in all these games online, no doubt contribute to how good they've become. And I think it's just it's amazing. It's amazing to see, and in many ways, it's kind of humbling because sometimes you forget, you know, you just think it's a random blitz game, doesn't matter, and maybe for me at times it doesn't, but definitely I'm sure it's helped all those kids become very, very good.
Okay, I think we're gonna let you go, Hikaru. We're hoping you get a double white because you have said that it would increase the chance.
Oh, you're right. That's right. Yes, that I'm playing Title Tuesday. That's true. No, that's
you did
point,
say
yes.
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. So
I
will.
hope you
Yeah,
will get
so
black,
yeah.
so I can win Title Tuesday. Hikaru, you just have to
Okay.
focus on becoming world champion. Like, let me win one Title Tuesday in a row and focus on the world championship. You can do it.
Oh, you won Title Tuesday last week.
No,
Or-
I'm saying let me win one.
No, but Benjamin, you have no chance of winning because 50% of the players are cheating. You have no chance of
That's
winning.
true.
So why play?
Well, if
I
he's cheating.
No, come on. Let's very, very, very funny, Hammer. Let's be serious.
Well, if
But,
50%, it means
Yo,
one
what is
of
your
us.
take on that, Hikaru?
Statistically,
Like, I thought,
one of us.
I thought 50%
yeah, I mean,
like way too much.
I don't believe that, honestly. You know, I feel like Fabiano's becoming a little bit paranoid about the whole thing. But again, it's not too surprising because I sort of said this the other day, but you know, at the end of but to me, you know, one thing that's very amazing or very shocking is the way that Fabiano continues to play really well against Hans, actually, because I mean, I've mentioned this many times in the past, but Fabiano, even when I was in St. Louis very recently, there were there were some spirited comments by Fabiano, shall we say, in regards to certain players. So I think Fabiano is just becoming a little bit paranoid in general. And I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it's 50%, but I do think it's a serious problem in Title Tuesday specifically. I do think it's a very serious problem.
Then what do you consider a more realistic percentage?
I would say realistically, I would say probably if you were to just, put a gun to my head and make me pick a number, I'd say probably 20 to 25%. That's what I would say. 20 to 25%.
Okay, so here's
very
the thing.
Unacceptable. Yes, it's completely unacceptable. That's still way too high. That number should be like less than 5%.
But you're massively overestimating the problem. And here there was a Reddit comment. So I think 50% by Fabiano, I think is completely ridiculous to say out loud. And also your 20 to 25% is really, really loud. Not loud, but it's way too much. And one of the comments I saw on this on Reddit, actually, I thought had a really good perspective. I don't think you guys, as the top players, realize how many participants there are in the Title Tuesday, because you only get to see like the best of the best.
Actually, no, you're right. You're right that yes, at the end of the day, you're right, because like when Fabiano says that he probably thinks there are like 50 players. You're right. Actually, no, you're right, because they're about what, like 500 to 600. So no, you're probably right actually. And let me because you're right. I'm thinking it's like 50 to 100 players, but the whole event is actually 500.
It's like 500.
So you are right. It's like 5. I think normally it's like 550ish. So no, you're actually right. I didn't think about it like that.
So you guys are kind of giving percentages, like a percentage of players.
I'm giving a percentage off of
faced.
100. Yeah, I'm giving a percentage assuming it's 100. So I'm probably, what is that? Like if I'm assuming that 20 out of 100, that'd be 20 out of 500.
You think 20 people are cheating each Title Tuesday?
Out of 500, I think there's a decent chance.
Wow.
But I'm not saying that it's absolute. I'm not saying it's players at the very top even. I'm saying you could have like a 2,400, a 2,500 people in the middle of the pack. Like I'm not saying that it's literally just the people at the top. But I don't think that's until players have to play with cams. Like I mean, I remain pretty skeptical. Actually, I do. Yeah.
But then, do you think like people either have to join a Zoom call, or would you almost require people to stream or something like that?
Well, I mean, I think people have to be on camps. It's that simple. Players have to be on camps. It's that simple. I mean, chess.com is $1 billion company. If they can't afford to have 500 people on a Zoom call, or they can't find a technological way to make that work, then, I mean, don't hold the tournament. That's what I feel like.
But here's the thing. You can sign up for Title Tuesday at the last second. So then let's say you sign up at the last second. I mean, it's going to take chess.com too long to ask you to join
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, but that's on chess.com. If they can't have someone dedicated to like monitor, frankly, we live in 2023. There is this thing called AI and automation in general, which should be possible as well. So like, I mean, I kind of find that a little bit, that just sounds ridiculous to me. I mean, you're telling me that chess.com cannot have some automated way of seeing who's playing the tournament, or they can't invest in that. Like I'm sure I mean, I'm 100% sure that it's possible to do that. 100% sure.
I guess
whether it's like super
invest
easy,
in
I don't
some
know.
tech that if you want to join the tournament, like if you register, you activate your camera, something like that, perhaps.
Yeah, I
like
mean,
joining a Zoom class.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also like, for example, like as an example, I feel like in recent times, whenever I join Title Tuesday, there's some like disclaimer you have to sign. Like when you sign to register, there's some like fair play. There's something that you have to click accept on. I believe I haven't had to do it. I think the last couple Title Tuesday, but when you join, there's something that, you know what I'm talking about, right, Benjamin?
Yeah, like I agree.
There's like something that pops up.
Click.
Yeah, there's something that pops up where you have to click. I agree. So I mean, come on, like it's not rocket science. I mean, it's not rocket
but people
science,
still do click I agree, and they might still cheat.
Right. Well, but what I'm saying is, if you can have something like that, you can obviously have some legalese thing that says you have to have your camera on, or else we can just kick you from the site. I mean, like just saying, like you can put that in the terms of like you have to turn on your camera or something. You just put that in that fine print. I mean, yeah. I mean, everyone does that. Like, anytime Microsoft has, anytime you get your new Windows product or Office or whatever, it's like everyone automatically just clicks, I agree or I accept, like on everything. Nobody reads it. I mean, of course, that was the premise for like one of those recent Black Mirror episodes as well. I mean, for anybody who's a big fan of that show, like nobody reads these things. I mean, nobody reads these things. Nobody reads these things, so it's not. I mean, it's not like it's not possible. But I do think that I think if you were to ask most top players, like if you were to say out of 500 players, like they think 20 are cheating, I think most of them would say that's probably, I think most players would say that's on the low side, but 20 out of 500 is not 20%, to be fair. Like, to be completely clear, like I was thinking about more in like, a band of like 50 to 100 players, but yes, out of 500 players, 20 is not actually 20 out of 500 is not a huge crazy number.
Hikaru, would you rather have no Title Tuesday than a Title Tuesday without cameras?
I mean, I think it's for me, it's very sad because obviously Title Tuesday is an event that I've literally been playing for, I feel like 10 plus years now. I mean, I think I've been playing it since I first started playing on the site in like 20. That's 4%, by the way. So yeah, I would say like, I mean, when I first started playing, it was like 2013. So I've been playing this event for so many years, and it's by far and away the event. It's the biggest stream that I have every week. It's the event that everybody loves to watch. So it's obviously very sad that we're in the situation that we're at the present time. But I mean, I hope that it doesn't go away. I think it's very bad if Title Tuesday doesn't exist. But at the end of the day, I feel like chess.com needs to do something just in general. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're responding to what Kramnik is saying or what they're doing exactly, but I do feel like they need to come up with something. They have to.
Yeah, it's kind of sad how like there's so many players that that feel the need to cheat in Title Tuesday. I mean, that's quite pathetic.
Well, I mean, but I, again, this is a whole topic that could go on forever. But I think, when the punishment is in my opinion so minor for it. I mean, I think that I think that's probably the biggest issue. I think that's the biggest issue is that at the end of the day, in a lot of parts of the world, the chance to win $1,000, that's a lot of money for many, many people around the world. And I mean, I think that what happens is if someone gets caught cheating, they aren't allowed to play money tournaments for I think like 3 or 6 months. But then they basically get to create a second account and come back, and of course they can play after that. And I think the fact that it's not out there and nobody knows is probably the single biggest problem. I think if the names were out there, it would be, I think that would be actually a big deterrent, because then like, if people are like 25-50, they cheat, that they get caught, they go play a tournament, like everyone's going to like ignore them and think they're, the worst person on the planet. But in most cases, nobody knows who the players are.
Have you said this to chess.com?
Like this specifically, I mean, I think actually, funny thing, I think most of the other top players are complaining far more than I am behind the scenes, if I may say so. Let's leave it at that. But I think I've said things periodically to them. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, chess.com it's a very, very big company. They have a lot of different things they're focused on. So you do have to kind of understand that. Of course, they acquired Chess24. They've become this massive company. But I do hope that they'll listen to what top players have said. I mean, and by that I'm not talking about myself. I'm referring to 2 players who have had better careers than me in classical chess and have been extremely loud on this topic, even if it's behind closed doors. So, I mean, it's up to chess.com in terms of what they're going to do or not do about it. But I think at the end of the day, they are one of the big stewards of the game. And I think that most of us look to them, for the future of chess, because they are the biggest company, the biggest entity involved. And hopefully they'll take these things seriously.
No, I'm having difficulty formulating my next question without kind of seeming like I'm making a suggestion. But if you and Magnus and Fabiano went together and said, we believe chess.com should name and shame when they're 100% certain about cheating, and then kind of said, we're not going to be playing until kind of something has happened to try and deal with this problem. Do you think you guys have any power, or is this too much of a a legal kind of thing from chess.com.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's probably not quite that simple. I mean, if it was that simple, that would be great. I don't think it is. It's I don't know what the solution is ultimately. I don't know, but I do think that that chess.com needs to do something about it. I mean, I feel like already that they should have already implemented a policy with cameras. Ever since the Kramnik stuff started a few months back. I think they probably should have already done this, but at the end of the day, I mean, chess.com can only speak for themselves. So I would just, again, I would hope they take it seriously, but I don't really know what they're doing or not doing. I mean, a lot of people assume that I know everything, and I simply don't. So I would just hope that they
But you have specifically said now that you believe they should name and shame.
I do believe they should, but again, like, I'm not chess.com. They're a company. They might have legal reasons not to do it. Like, again, you have to understand, me as an individual versus like this big, massive $1 billion corporation. It's not, it's not the same. Like, I'm not in the position that they're in, so I don't know all the things that they have to deal with in regards to possibly doing that. So I can understand that for them, it's not. It might seem really simple to me, but maybe they can't do it for legal reasons. But I expect them to say something on these topics. So that's just my 2 cents at the end of the day. Is that I think they need to address it. I hope they will. It's what it is, and it's what it is.
We, by the way, still have 2 more games going on. We have Sindarov against Aditya Mittal. Looks like that one is just going to be won by Sindarov. And then this other game between Yakuboyev and Jumabayev. Do you think this is just a draw or still some chances for Black to win?
It looks very, very drawish. I mean, actually, speaking of this topic too, like, Fabiano and Christian, they were asked about, I think Christian asked Fabiano about Jumabayev, and he's like, Jumabayev's rated like 2580, or he's 2580, but like, I think Christian asked Fabiano, how strong do you think what should Jumabayev's rating be? And it's like, his rating at 2585 is completely insane. Like, he's a much better player than that. And actually, like, today's game is another example where I was playing against Paravian, and Paravian is like 2599, which also is completely outrageous because he's very clearly at least 2630 player, in my opinion, if not higher. I think he's been kind of close to like 2670, 2660 even. Oh, 2660. Okay, but I mean, he's a very strong player. And then I look at his card and I'm like 2599. It's just like, what is going on with the ratings? It's completely insane just looking at it. It's like Jumabayev at 2585 is a joke. Paravian at 2599 is also a complete joke. So it's tough.
Well, we thought that Paravian, like, sometimes he gets wait, and you're saying that Jumabayev is such a good player, but he's just blundered, and now he's lost, so he...
is there Rook D6, Rook G... wait, is there... No, not Rook D... Wait, why is he losing?
King H4. King H4.
No, but then Rook G8?
And then H5? And I guess Rook D5 or Rook G5.
Oh, and you get the and you get the king in. You get the king G3, H4, H3, it's F4, F3, yes.
I guess the one thing though is that you have to make sure that you time it correctly. Because, like, let's say you go H3 with the king on F1, then white just goes king G1.
Oh, that's true. But I think it just wins. The H4 king, the king's on G1 here, yeah. Even king H2 wins, but still, yeah.
Yeah, no, this wins. Yeah, if white could magically pass, then it's a draw, but of course you can't. But yeah, no, we thought that, Paravian definitely feels like his rating is on the low end with 26-0. We thought perhaps his time management isn't the best, and he just gets really nervous, we thought. But his peak on chess.com is 3130, which is... Oh, I know. Which is a very high rating.
No, I mean, of course, like he won Gibraltar a few years back too. Yeah. I mean, he's no joke. But I remember because like I listened to a little bit of that yesterday where Christian asked Fabian about Jumabayev, and then like today I look at Fabian's card. Of course, I mean I know I'm playing, but I don't look at the ratings. And I look at his card at the table. It's like 2599. Really, like it's some of these ratings are insane. But
that kind of begs the question: what other chess content do you consume, Hikaru? Now, the past couple of days, you've already admitted to be watching Anish's Chessable courses. You just said you're listening to the Fabiano Christian Chirila, podcast, any other good chess content that the rest of us may enjoy as well?
Well, I mean, that's just because I was doing it on stream yesterday. I mean, I don't waste my time on chess related stuff for the most part. Usually, I actually read a lot of books and stuff that's completely unrelated to chess for the most part. So you're all out of luck if you're asking me for chess content, because that's not what I spend my time on.
Any chessable courses on the Nimzo that you study in your free time?
Yeah, no, I mean, my free time when I think I've said it before, but when I play chess tournaments, I'm very, very focused, obviously, on preparing and trying to play the best that I can. But when I'm not, once I go home after these two tournaments, I mean, I'm not going to study any chess for the next month at least, because I'll be streaming, I'll be busy with my real job. So, yeah, that's it's just during the tournaments I go all in. I do what I can, or even a week before the tournament. But if I'm not actually competing anywhere for a while, I don't even look at chess anymore. Which is why when people they assume that I'm not being serious, or like I'm still a pro player. Like, I don't consider myself that, because I don't spend all my time looking at chess. I mean, back when I was playing, all these tournaments like the Grand Chess Tour and everything else, even when I wasn't playing the tournaments, I was still looking at some chess every single day. But now, I mean, of course, like maybe you could say I play games online every day, so in a sense I am looking at chess, but I don't actually do preparation every day anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, better
do you want to watch
you're studying?
Sorry.
And yeah, so yeah, do you think Yakubov is just going to find the win?
It doesn't look super hard, does it? I mean, like King H4. I mean, King H4 H5 seems like the only way to try and win this. Like, it doesn't seem super hard to me. And he played it, yeah. I mean, it's the only idea here anyway. So
and a rook d5, I guess.
Yeah. It's not so surprising. It looks like he will just win this game. So yeah, pretty normal. And also, I mean, just to reiterate, because I'm sure it's going to get clipped out of context, obviously, is what I said about Title Tuesday. But I think, like, if the field is just 500 players, I think it's pretty safe to say that it is probably 5%. I think it's pretty safe to say that, like, I would say 20 out of 500, like 4 to 5% ish range, is probably the amount that I believe are cheating every week in Title Tuesday. I would say that. That is one last thing just to clarify, because I'm sure someone's going to say, like, Carter said 20% of people in Title Tuesday are 25%. But I think when you look at the sheer raw numbers, I think it's probably like 5%, just to clarify that.
Okay. Do you want to watch the end of these end games with us, Hikaru, or do you need to go have dinner and
I think I should go eat dinner. I think I should go eat dinner, because, like, I don't actually know yet whether I'm going to be playing Title Tuesday. So like I need to go. I need to go eat some food and figure it out, and we'll see what happens. Because I don't know. I might stream Title Tuesday. I might not. I actually have no idea.
Okay, well, our viewers will have to live not knowing for the time being. But
are you going to do a recap, by the way?
Yeah, of course I'll do a recap. I'll leave you guys soon. Also, actually, one thing, because there people are probably wondering, like, when I do my recap, since I am here in Doha and the upload speeds and everything aren't so great, I actually do live stream my recaps on a secret channel. So that's why, for anybody who watched my recap 2 days ago, you probably heard me saying, like, does it sound okay? Because I'm doing little bits of testing, but I'm actually streaming it because Twitch has a way that you can highlight and save vods and everything, and that saves a lot of time. So and for anyone who's wondering why I was like, it's like 2 minutes of babble before it started, that's why. So anyway, you guys, yeah.
Okay, now everyone's wondering what the secret channel is to get the recap earlier than everyone else. What a spoiler, and people will be
no one's gonna figure it out.
And that editor has not been fired yet, right?
No.
I don't mean yet. I mean, he's not been fired, right?
No, of course not. No, it's all good. But anyway, yeah, like it's all good. So, all right, you guys. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce. I'll go record my recap and go order some food, and I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Good luck tomorrow, Hikaru.
Yeah. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys. Have a good one. Bye, everyone.
See you. Bye.
Okay, so that was Hikaru for an extended period of time. Right now, we are following 2 remaining top games, and one of those, Zhumabayev, only 15 seconds left, now facing the Black King, trying to make its way up the board to capture the route, the furthest back white pawn, because if he can get the first guy, he will also be able to capture the next one. Zhumabayev using his rook to control the g3 square, making sure that the king will not be able to move closer to the pawn. However, after this latest black move, rook to d5, Black is intending to move this rook over, challenging the white rook and blocking the white rook's control of the g3 square to enable the king to move up there. And Zhumabayev, only 14 seconds left, Benjamin. He's not going to save this, is he?
I don't think so. I think rook g5 is going to come, and I think the biggest problem is not necessarily, well, of course, the clock is a problem, but the main problem is the position on the board now after rook g5, as we pointed out. White cannot take, as after king takes. It's kind of unfortunate. After king h4, king e2, king g3, king f1, white would love to pass after h4. Like, let's hypothetically, after king g3, play the move king e1. And let's say black goes h4 here, although it still loses, but the point that I'm making is that after king f1, h3, white has the move king g1. Yeah, it just doesn't have. I meant, well, it doesn't matter, but anyway. Sorry.
I mean, to me, it's like you need to pass in this position, right?
No, even here, if you pass, you lose. Black goes king h3.
Oh, well, I just assumed you had an infinite amount of passes.
No, well, yeah. But anyway, it seems like he's headed for a lost endgame. Now, rook g5 on the board by Yakuboyev. And I think it's just over. The pawn in game loses right away. I guess the only move you could try is rook f8. They hit the pawn on f4. And I guess we take on g2. White takes on f4, king g3.
You take on g2?
Yeah, right.
Rook you don't play king g3?
I mean, but then, yeah. I don't know. To me, taking on g2 and king g3 looks pretty convincing with h4 to follow.
Yeah, I was just thinking that this guy is going to become a new queen, but I guess it's not obvious. Computer is saying it's a draw. Rook endgames are hard, people. That's the truth of it. So Yakuboyev, rook f8 has been played. So Zhumabayev, despite having only 30 seconds left, he realized that the trade is not going to work for him. And now, oh yeah, of course you take on g2 because then you also protect your pawn. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh. I didn't even realize that this protected the pawn.
Yeah, you just defended g2, d2 pawn, king g3 is following h4. But Sinarov has won his game. So right now we have 3 players on 5 out of 6, but Yakuboyev will join as well. He will be in the lead. So let's do some, although I don't think I'll manage. But let's see, we have 4 players. We see that Arjun and Narayanan have already played each other, which I guess means... well, it could mean a lot of things.
Well, you calculate and I just do the presentation for the people. So assuming here Yakubayev will be able to win this game, which right now we have a lot of faith in him, seeing as how he can just take this pawn and then have a free reign for the pawn to progress along the side of the board. We are looking at 4 players with 5 points out of 6. That's Erigaisi, it's Narayanan, it's Sindarov, and you said Yakuboyev, he will also be able to get to that score, Benjamin?
Yep, he is winning right now, and he is on 4 out of 5, so I'm pretty sure he will get there. And in that case, yeah, I don't know who's going to play who. Arjun has already played, well, I guess, let me think. Arjun will probably play Sindarov, is my best guess. And then I think Narayanan will play Yakuboyev.
That seems fair, because that... Oh, no, it doesn't fit with the colors.
Yeah, one player will have to double their colors. But I think this is the last oh, there's still another game in the tournament. 2 players are playing out. Oh, there's more games, but then we have a lot of players on 4.5, and Hikaru will play someone like. Let me think real quick here. Someone like Kartikian, but it could also be someone like Magsudlu. He's not necessarily getting an easy pairing. Could easily be a tough pairing.
He could get Magsudlu, a 2,700 player, after playing a 2,500 in this round and not managing to win. That makes no sense. Why would Hikaru get a more difficult opponent, even though he didn't win?
Well, that is sometimes the bad luck in a Swiss tournament. If we look at the players on 4.5, there's Magnus, there's Hikaru, there's Gukers, there's Abdusatorov, and then there's Magsudlu. So Magsudlu is actually the number 5 in that point group. So, yeah, like I said, it could also be, and it would work out with the colors to play Magsudlu. So, could also play Pernev. Pernev does work out with the colors. I think there's a good chance he'll play Magsudlu.
Oh my God. You know what I just realized, Benjamin? Yeah. They're updating the chess results website before the delay.
Oh,
I just refreshed the result page for this for this tournament, and it already says that Yakuboyev won.
Very exciting game here between Jumabayev and Yakuboyev. Is Yakuboyev gonna win? I can't tell, Hammer. Very exciting game here.
Yeah, very exciting game. Okay, I actually saw Chess24 a couple of days ago. They responded to a tweet by the Qatar tournament saying that you shouldn't publish kind of pictures of Hikaru being at interviews when he's not done yet with the 15-minute delay. So yeah, that, and I think, I mean, okay, so Hikaru believes the delay is necessary. We discussed it earlier in the tournament, and he first agreed with me that a delay would not actually be that beneficial. But the next day he came back, said he had thought more about it, and said, I actually do believe that delay is good and necessary. You're allowed to change your mind. That's a good reminder to everyone. I still believe that the delay is complete nonsense. And the struggles the organizers are having with revealing kind of that players are done before the internet audience knows that they're done. I think it's a very good illustration of just, showcasing why delays are more hassle than they're worth.
Yeah, no, I think the delay definitely makes sense from a fair play perspective, but they should try not to update the results, right? Just for the spectators. It is just a bit of a pity that we know now that Yakuboyev is or has won his game already, which is not shocking. I mean, he has a winning position on the board and he's just played the winning move. So I guess that's the one thing they'll have to work on.
Rook takes pawn, good move, protecting the pawn on d2 and clearing the path for the h-pawn along the edge of the board. We're expecting something like rook takes pawn and then king moves forward. And this guy will be unstoppable. And knowing also from the results website from the tournament, we know that Yakuboyev indeed did end up winning this game. And we're intrigued who Hikaru's opponent is going to be in the next round. That should be decided within the next, I would say, hour.
Yeah, what I heard is what's kind of annoying sometimes is that these organizers, of course, they also want to get dinner, but people want them to like get the pairing out first and then get your dinner. But sometimes are like, well,
it's literally just clicking a button, Benjamin.
We first have to get our 2-hour dinner.
Well, I'm not. I try to sympathize with people, but I really struggle when when all you need to get the next round is clicking a button, I feel like dinner can wait. Yeah. So do you want me to try and calculate? I didn't realize how close we were to having the updated standings. And you're absolutely right, Benjamin. There's not that many people on Hikaru's number of points, which means we can probably make a very good educated guess as to who he's playing. And frankly, the point group Hikaru is in is frighteningly strong, which means he's going to get a really tough opponent. So Magnus gets an opponent first, since he's the highest rated player. And since there are, let's see. There's
there's
8.
8.
So he would normally face the 5th rated player.
So that'll be Marsulu, but it doesn't quite work out with the color. So I guess Magnus will play either Nodirback or Kartikian. I would say Nodirback. And then Hikaru plays... No, wait. No, Magnus plays Kartikian. Hikaru plays Marsulu. Gukesh plays... Gukesh just played with... I guess Gukesh plays Paravion. And Nodirback plays Pranav. That's your pairings. I think that those could very easily be the pairings.
Yeah, that sounds very likely. So Hikaru's probably getting the black pieces against Maksuru. So Hikaru goes from having white against the 2599 to having the black pieces against the 2700. That is rough.
And think about it this way. Had he won his game, I think he would have actually gotten an easier pairing. I think had he won, he would have played someone like Narayanan, who's 2650, or maybe Yakuboyev, 2620.
Okay. But those are the cards we are dealt, and that's gonna be how it works out. In the meantime, we're just going to follow the finishing moves of this Yakuboyev game. He brings his king in, actually giving up that pawn I thought was going to be a new queen, because he realizes that this guy can also be a queen. And now he's working very nicely to have his king protect the squares that's needed for the pawn to advance. And we are expecting a very momentary resignation from Jumabayev. There it is.
You called it.
Yakuboyev makes it into the leading pack on 5 points. Hikaru is on 4.5. So is Magnus Carlson. We're in for a thrilling final 3 rounds of this Qatar Masters. We're going to be back tomorrow at the same time. That's 14:15 Central European Time, 8:15 a.m. Eastern, if you are the American type of person. Any last words?
No, yeah, I mean, we had an exciting day of chess. It's definitely a pity that Hikaru did not manage to win with the white pieces, but tomorrow's another day. We'll see who he will play, but again, I think there's a good chance. Wait, did I say Maksudlu? Yeah, I think there's a good chance he will play Maksudlu, so won't be an easy pairing. Good thing for him, though, is that is a player who will also go for it. But yeah, it was a lot of fun covering the action with you again today, and I look forward to the final 3 rounds of the tournament.
Okay, bye everyone.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like streaming. trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like dreaming.
Bye.